Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How are we doing, guys? Welcome to the show. We have a little bit of a doozy for you today. So I've been talking a lot about this Tyler Robinson stuff to various degrees of acceptance and criticism. And that's perfect. We're going to delve a little bit further into it today because some really important things have happened. All right. And you know me, if something's important, I probably miss it, but I'm trying to not do that. Correct, Jeff. There is no tie today because I had to sit out in the sun for hours and hours and hours. And so then, everything's a disaster whenever you have to go outside at all. Big stuff has happened in the Tyler Robinson case. Most importantly, the prosecution, the state of Utah, has filed their brief in support of binding Tyler Robinson over for trial. This is their brief in support of probable cause. That's the most important thing. That's not the funniest thing, but it is the most important thing. So we're going to talk about that today. The funniest thing that has happened in the past several days is Andrew Wilson debating a guy who I don't recall hearing of. I don't remember hearing this person's name before. His name is Stu Peters. Stu Peters. I don't know how to describe this man. I really don't. He's on another level. You guys are not prepared for this level of person. And I say that with all the respect I can muster. I really do. That's about as close as I can get to talking about him without serious insults. Hold on. There we go. Let's get that going. Okay. All right. So we're going to watch the, sorry, I'm still setting things up, of course. We're going to watch the Andrew Wilson and Stu Peters debate. It happened on Sneako's channel. It's an hour long, I think, roughly. And it was, God, it was so good. And you guys know me. I have, I've taken some pot shots at Andrew Wilson, all in good fun, like an ill-placed olive jar or whatever. Jim tells you, says, bring on the tardening. Are you talking about the quartering? Mephisto, don't leave because Sneako's the moderator. Sneako's the moderator, and he doesn't really do much. Okay. But, yeah, Andrew Wilson is debating Stu Peters, and Sneako is the moderator. Now, I don't know why Sneako is moderating anything. Sneako is a fucking moron. There's no other way to describe it. He's dumb. And that's fine. Like, I don't expect Sneako to be smart. Oh, you said this this is a Tard stream, so bring it on. I was like a little rough on the quartering, maybe, but like, okay, I guess if that's, but that's not what you were saying. You were not, in fact, calling the quartering a retard. A lot of people are right now. I'm not interested in that. You know, the quartering drama is for other people to talk about. So I thought that's what you were talking about, and I was just passing it off. You mean like we're doing like, yeah. This isn't quite a dummy vision episode, but it's got a dummy vision element. We're gonna do that. The other thing that happened is fucking room temp IQ Baron Coleman. Guys, I don't know what to say about Baron Coleman. The fact that so many people listen to him is appalling. This guy's a legit retard. I mean, whew. Oh my God. Or he's lying. One of those two, maybe both, but one of those two is true. It just is. I don't know how else to say it, but Candace Owens announced in regards to the Charlie Kirk shooting, a bombshell this week that the FEDSLOPers won't recover from. Baron Coleman comes out and is like, and Candace is in braids, y'all. She is not in a bun. She's in braids. You know this is gonna be. He's like, this is ready to be cold. This guy is so stupid. Like, I don't know what to do. I don't like to just sit and call people stupid. But what else do you say? And whenever you call out this fucking dummy, people are like, why don't you prove him wrong? Why don't you address his arguments? It's like, well, there aren't any. There aren't any arguments. And if you try to do that, he'll even run away and say, no, I'm not making an assertion. I'm just asking a question about it. It's the most cowardly way to do this. This is the whole issue with the Tyler Robinson trial, and why we can't have any fucking logical discussion about it is because these people muddy up all the waters where you can't pin them down to a position. They don't have one, except if you happen to take the position of, oh, hey, this kind of matters. They're like, no, you're just a Fed. You're just a liar. You're paid by Turning Point USA and the feds. It's like the federal government isn't involved in this at all. The FBI was at first because they didn't know what the shooting was about, and then it's basically been the state of Utah since then. And I got to tell you, the case against Tyler Robinson is tremendously strong at this point. But these people will look you in the face and tell you that the case against Tyler Robinson is extremely weak. They'll just say it. They'll list a bunch of stuff and they'll be like, if you believe this, if you believe this, if you believe this. Yes, if you believe this, which is the evidence from the state, then yeah, that's the problem, is that the jury will believe it. What do you need? No. It looks fine. No, it looks good. I'm 100% sure. Good night. Love you. All right. Now that is settled. Me and this Baron Coleman guy, and he's talking about this bombshell. And he's basically saying anybody who believes the Fed narrative is on life support. And so what is it? We found out right away. I thought this was going to be later in the week, but we found out right away. Candace Owens releases a video against court orders, allegedly. Now, this is the crazy part. We don't actually know, but allegedly stating that this is a video that was shown in court and was ordered not to be shown to the public at the request of the defense. Now, the video itself is a video of some pixelated figure running around on the roof of the Lunacy building and doing some stuff. And I'm not entirely sure what else to say about it, because we don't even know what video this is. It's assumed to be the video from the day of the shooting and of Tyler Robinson, or the Jewish replacement of Tyler Robinson, or whatever. That's what it's assumed to be by the people watching. We don't know this. There's no authentication to it. There's no, we don't know who supplied it other than Candace Owens. I mean, I think she actually mentions like her source is this one police officer in Utah. And if she did, that's real shitty, because that's illegal. He violated a court order. And Candace, like, if this video is authentic and is the video that was not supposed to be shown outside, and Candace Owens collaborated with someone to produce this video to her, that's illegal. Now, there are protections for broadcasters specifically who receive something that was illegally obtained. And even if the broadcaster is aware that it's illegally obtained, it doesn't matter. You're protected from that unless you participated in the illegality. Now, some judges in Minnesota don't know that, I think. Some judges in Minnesota don't seem to think that's true, but it is. It is true. There's a Supreme Court ruling on it. Andrea, don't take my word for it. Take the much smarter Andrea Burkhart. Take her word for it. It's Bodnicki versus something. But this is this is a long protected practice of the Supreme Court, is that if a broadcaster receives something, even if that thing is illegally obtained, even if the broadcaster were to know it was illegally obtained, it would still be protected for the broadcaster to present it if it's in the public interest. If it's in the public interest, and there's all sorts of discussion about what's in and not in the public interest, but if it's in the public interest and the broadcaster did not participate in the illegality, it's protected First Amendment speech. Free press, free speech. That's what it is. If it's, if it's something else going on, like if Candace Owens asked the guy, please present to me this thing against the court's order, that's illegal. But we don't know what that is. Will it be pursued? I doubt it. I don't know. It gets complicated, and I don't think a Utah judge wants to draw enough attention to it. But honestly, Candace could be called into court to on contempt charges, which I don't know if I agree with. Yeah, I do. I think if Candace is telling the truth, big if Candace is telling the truth, then she is purposefully reaching into the state of Utah. She's putting herself under the jurisdiction of the state of Utah, and she could be hauled into court under contempt on, it'd be a show cause motion. Why isn't this contempt of court or show cause hearing? And then the court would ask her questions about where she obtained the footage, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the court could determine that she was illegally proceeding and violating the court's order. That said, personal opinion, I don't think the judge is going to do that, because I think the judge is trying to, as best as he can, minimize the impact of the media. And by bringing Candace Owens in, he would expose a lot of people to a lot of retarded arguments, and that doesn't really help anybody. So I doubt it, but it is possible. Either way, we're going to watch the little clip of of what Candace released and what she said about it. And then I guess I'll talk about it a little bit. Diligent Denizen is masturbating furiously. They all believe that Tyler Robinson will walk because of this video. But we will go through the fact section of the state's motion on probable cause. The fact section of the state's motion on probable cause, like, I don't want to get into we can maybe go through the argument section, but it might get a little bit long. And so I don't want to promise to do that. The whole thing's 28 pages. The fact section is just 6. And that's the important part for where we're at right now. Because the argument section fleshes out the legal argument, but honestly, when you look at the factual record, yes, they absolutely have satisfied probable cause to an embarrassing degree. It's not like, as stated in the brief, this is not a close case. JC Music Man says, what does furious masturbation have to do with anything? You listen here, motherfucker. You know exactly what it has to do. Okay. There's one final thing before we get started. One final thing before we get started. I have some bad news to cover. This is a little esoteric. If you're not a longtime viewer of the channel, this may sound a little foreign to you, but it needs to be discussed really quickly, okay? A former friend of the channel, well, not a friend of the channel, a friendly clipper, is undergoing some real tragedy right now. A friend of the show, Alyssa Clips, some really rough stuff is happening to Alyssa Clips, and like, it's really sad to see. But the evil Scarlett Hampton got possession, I guess, of Ralph's phone and Ethan Ralph of the Kill Stream, and happened to post a whole bunch of messages between Ralph and Alyssa Clips. And it turns out Alyssa has been, I mean, not only like just talking with Ralph about all sorts of stuff, but Alyssa has also been apparently in favorable contact with a group of doxers, swatters, and pedophiles. And that's now like documented. I mean, she's getting fucking lit up on Twitter. I feel really bad that this is happening to her. You know, the interesting thing about Alyssa is if you take 10 seconds to look into her history, all you have to ask is, where are your kids, bitch? Where are your children? Oh, that's right. That's right. She abandoned those. She just kind of abandoned the children because she wanted to get fucked by Michael Long. She wanted to get involved in the Sophie Long situation. And so she went in and broke up Michael Long's existing relationship so she could get the long shoved inside of her a whole bunch. And then she actually aided Michael Long in absconding his daughter against court orders to Mexico City, where they would later be arrested and extradited back to the United States. So, anybody who's here confused, Gina says, doesn't she have cancer? Yeah, she's pancreatic cancer with a 95+% kill rate, but she was miraculously cured after her GoFundMe. It's amazing. She has an amazing, charmed life. I mean, she lives on Michael Long's father's property in an extra trailer home that they have provided her for some ungodly reason. I have no idea, but she's lived there for years now after getting involved in that situation. And just been doing what she's doing, just clipping people and showing the truth. That's all she's ever done. She certainly hasn't supported revenge pornographers who are actually convicted of it. And other people, like, that's never happened. And yeah, I mean, you can go read the text right now between Alyssa and Ralph, and her support of some really, really awful people, including people who have swatted me, which is kind of weird. Kind of weird that came up. I mean, also Marjorie Taylor Greene and some other people as well, which is why the main guy got arrested. But, you know, it's crazy. Allegedly, Alyssa believes, and allegedly, that I refused to remove pornographic pictures of her from my Discord. This is what she said somewhere. That she hates me because of this. I was unaware of any of those pictures ever being in my Discord. I don't know. I don't even know if they were. I have no idea. At that point, when this allegedly happened, I hadn't really been in my Discord for months. That said, if I found out about them, I would have immediately removed them. Immediately. And as evidence of that, after a whole bunch of shit that she had done to me, I found out that someone was sharing her nudes in someone else's Discord server. Potentially criminals. And I contacted him and I said, hey, just so you know, someone is sharing nudes of someone. They don't have permission to do it in your server. You may want to take care of that. And he said he would go fucking lock it down immediately. I did that after she started to be a giant cuntess to me. After that, I still did that because it's the right thing to do. But yet this dumb bitch thinks I wouldn't have done that in my own Discord server. I had no idea. But do you know where those nudes came from? The funny thing is, that was because she was using my Discord server to exploit lonely men and to sell them nudes. Weird how that happened. And then, allegedly someone got a hold of them. Thank God. I found out about all this. And this is, thank you, Twisted Puppet. Says, no pictures of her got posted in Rekida's Discord. There was a bot that would auto-delete such pics. Again, I hadn't been in there. If I would have known anything about that, I would have had them removed immediately and the person would have been banned forever. Immediately. Not a fucking question. Not a question. Because you can't let shit like that happen. Especially in a Discord that people were paying for. If that stuff happens, the Discord can be taken down, etc. So you have to moderate Discord. It's one of the reasons I kind of hated having one, is because you have to moderate it, because if you don't, you can get, the whole channel can get banned, and then it fucks everybody up who is in it. Arklux says, so who runs the Discord? I don't know. I removed myself from any involvement with it years ago. I told Snaj, I would prefer to have it shut down. I don't know anything about it. I don't know if it's up. I don't know if it's down, whatever. I don't care. It's not mine anymore. I'm done with it. Discord was one of the greatest sources of fucking frustration on the planet. Everything about it was awful. Like, I know some people really liked it and they made like good friend groups and stuff like that, but moderating it was a constant pain. It didn't integrate with locals, which I pushed locals to try to develop an API to integrate Discord and stuff. And they still haven't, which I think is insane because every other platform basically integrates memberships with Discord. But so I hired someone to do a custom thing to try and give locals people access, but you can't do it. Like it just doesn't work well. So I hated it. I hated it. There was a Discord baby, apparently. Yes. Some people from the Discord got married, had a baby. I went to the baby shower. It's cool. Very nice. So that said, you know, this person, Alyssa's a fucking piece of shit. And nothing good should ever happen to her. I don't care at all. She deserves everything she gets. She's one of the nastiest, most nefarious people around. And get fucked, bitch. All right. That being said, I just had to share my misery over what's happening to her. No one should go look at, like, no one should check out, I think Raphael Media is the one who's been largely covering the Ralph meltdown, or not the Ralph meltdown, sorry, the Ralph and Alyssa texts. Ralph's trying desperately to avoid them. I don't, like, Ralph had told me, by the way, that he talked to Alyssa and stuff. I know, like, I didn't care. That's not up to me. It's not up to me to worry about who people talk to and police their interactions. I don't care to do that. I've never cared to do that. I've never been that way. But, you know, Ralph mentioned that he talked to Alyssa from time to time. Cool. Like, whatever. Talk to whomever you want. And I don't like her, but what am I going to do? It's not my place. So that, you know, I knew about that. I don't care that it was Ralph that was involved. The much more sinister thing is Alyssa. Oh, also, like, she was hoping that the doxing pedophile group who swats people would harass and torment Scarlett Hampton into suicide. She was hoping that would happen. That's in those messages too. No one's heard from Scarlett for I think 48 hours now, something like that. And I have no idea. She may not be okay. But and Alyssa's happy about that. She was hoping Scarlett would get what was coming to her. So that's cool. I hope the cancer comes back, you dumb, awful bitch. That said, okay. That's all. I don't like getting into this drama stuff, but that was just too fucking juicy. Oh, one more thing. This is a different thing. Joshua Moon and the Kiwi Farms are getting absolutely pummeled as well. And Josh has been lately coat posting about how women don't like big penises. So Josh is out there on a mission to tell the world that small peepees are the best. No one can figure out why that might be, especially with the recent news where people found out that Josh has had a girlfriend for a little while now, which he miraculously acquired this girlfriend right around the time that Josh started doing a bunch of questionable things. But don't worry, guys. Women hate big dicks. The biggest myth on the planet is that a big penis is desirable for women. Tell me more, Josh. Oh, God, it's so funny. Oh. Whew. Let's see. We do have Mighty Bob here. And then I'm going to read we got some super chats and stuff and super tips. I'm going to pin the link in just a second. Mighty Bob says, on a scale of 1 to 10, how retarded is a judge that is handling your HRO debacle. Well, he's certainly not a 10. I'd say he's on the lower level of the scale. And here's why. I know this for a fact. I can scientifically prove that the judge in my case is not retarded. Oh, wait, no, well, okay, this doesn't really work. I was misremembering things. So a while back, I just wanted my fucking hearing. I just wanted my hearing. That's all I've wanted the whole time, was to wrap this up and do my hearing. And I said, like, I had a new strategy. I said I was going to call Aaron a turbo faggot on my show every single day until the judge gave me a hearing. And if the judge didn't give me a hearing, then he was a turbo faggot too. But then he gave me my hearing. It didn't take long. Like, shortly after that, we had a hearing calendared. And so I'm glad. I'm glad that happened, because that showed that he wasn't a turbo faggot. I guess that doesn't speak to retardation. I don't think he's retarded. I really don't. I think he's wrong on some things. Certainly, there's one thing that in the recent order, as you guys may or may not know, in my HRO case, we lost our motion to dismiss, which was a long shot. But I was hoping, like, obviously, I was hoping this thing should not have gone as far as it has. But they got to file their brief 11 days late and file it without the required four-part explanation or four-part test explaining why there was excusable neglect in the filing of the brief. So we moved to dismiss the case. But the judge said, effectively, that there wasn't sufficient prejudice to me because we were still within the overall deadline. So the judge issued a new briefing order. Now, we lost on the motion to dismiss, which a lot of people are focusing on, and that's fine. Okay, it's true. The one thing that we did win on, though, we didn't ask for, but we won on this, and that was good, was that the other party's attorney had suggested to the court that our brief would be due by August 14th, which would leave him 1 week to turn in his brief on August 21st. The judge has changed that now. Our brief is due on August 21st, and they are not allowed to reply without leave of the court. So they're locked into their initial brief. Their initial brief is pretty thin, in my opinion, but we get to respond, and they don't without asking the court's permission. Now, something tells me if they ask the court's permission, this judge will grant it, because he's granted pretty much everything. And his order is kind of dripping with anti-ricada venom. But I'm kind of an asshole, so I don't know. Like, I'm not mad at him about it. I thought it was kind of funny. But there is something in that order that is completely wrong. The judge says that the delays in the case were my fault, which is absolutely, categorically false. And it is not supported by the record in the case. It is false because I have never requested a continuance of anything. The only thing that was styled as a continuance, I said, I don't need a settlement conference. I will not settle. Let's just cancel it and schedule a hearing instead. The judge called that or it was styled as a continuance request, but weren't asking for a continuance of that hearing. I was asking to not have that hearing because it was unnecessary. The other attorney lied and said that we were close to settlement. I had already said, I will not settle this. I won't settle the case. That attorney's like, no, I think we can do it. My attorney had said, we will not settle. The judge just decided that maybe we would because the other attorney said so. So that's funny. But I've never requested a delay in this case. You can go look at the record. There isn't one. I went and checked because the judge said that my attorney asked for a delay in this case. He never did. Nope, that didn't happen. And then the judge also said that my attorney, who had a medical issue and had to pass off representation to his co-counsel, who's been representing me since, the judge said that co-counsel or that medical thing caused months of delay. Now, To his credit, he does note that I didn't request it. I didn't even know about it at first, but I didn't request it. But then he says that it was up to us to schedule the remaining hearing, which is nonsensical. That's not true. And so the judge has pinned blame on me for delaying this case. And all I have ever asked is to just have the fucking evidentiary hearing. And I've opposed every single continuance request in the case because I wanted the hearing to be done at the beginning of the case. But the judges blame me for it. So that's cool. But it's not supported by the record at all. And it's just fucking crazy. He says, you can't settle because you're guilty, maybe. It's not a criminal case. It's a civil case. We're not going to settle because I didn't do any of the things to merit a restraining order. I didn't do what he said I did. Those things are not true. Or they're misrepresented, I guess. Because, like, some things did happen. I can't talk about them. That's the other thing. I'm under an unconstitutional sequestration order, and I can't tell you any of the details of what's happened. But orders, like the one that was just written, where everything I've discussed has been in that order, those orders are public. So, but the sequestration order, to be clear, is an unconstitutional, impermissible prior restraint on protected First Amendment speech. There's no government interest in sequestering any witnesses now because there is no more collection of evidence. But hey, what do? If I ask him to vacate that order, he won't, and then I could appeal it, and we'll drag this thing on longer and longer and longer. But by now, it'll be over somewhere in, I don't know, September. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. But yeah, we'll see about all this. I can't wait to tell you guys about it. Like, I can't wait to tell you about it. I will. Absolutely. I've had a good time. Because it's so fucking dumb. It's so fucking dumb. All right. That being said, let's get into this. We've got some chats here. Danielle, member for 15 months. Good Lord, girl. Says, Nick, blue is your color. I'm smitten. Oh, thank you. Blue is my favorite color. So I am also smitten. Thanks. Miss Sparkles, member for 5 months, is finally a shirt I like. I'm so hard right now. XOXO. You should get that checked out. That could be a debilitating skin condition. Treasure Island says, pin super tips, FFS. These people need to make me laugh. I will in just a minute when we do those. Jack sent some jewels. He says, Unk alert. What's up? Then he sent a gold coin. I don't know what that means. Stay hydrated. These are from the vertical streaming stuff. They have a different kind of monetization. Colby sent sunshine. I think these are like descriptions of emojis or something. Sparkle says, you can't tell me what to do. You aren't my daddy. That is correct. I am not. I am not your daddy. Press F. I think that was for Alyssa. Asia Frazier says, wait, I thought you were friends with Kiwi. What happened? Nobody's friends with the Kiwi Farms. Nobody's friends with the Kiwi Farms. They don't like me. They started a game of telephone with themselves and decided I'm a bad person. That's okay. I don't really care. Nathan Danner says, I just watched Viva Fry interview Shiloh Hendricks' lawyer. Did you know he went to the same law school as me? I do. I did know that. I've thought about reaching out to him. I may do so soon. Hoppy sent a gold coin. And then We Are the Rabble says, what's up? My favorite former cokehead. Thank you for getting that correct. We the Rabble. So many people call me a crackhead, and I'm like, I'm not black up here. So like, I have never done crack. I've never done that. Wait a minute.
Yeah, shut up. But you made fun of Barron for making super chats. You're literally invented LawTube and got a lot of super chats.
I don't think I made fun of him for it. I said, I hope he makes a whole bunch of them. By the way, Kevin, thank you for the large super tips. You've sent two. I'm going to play the next one in a second. But I want to clarify something. When I mentioned Barron receiving a ton of money, it was in response to the accusation of anytime I speak out about this, people accuse me of being paid for my opinion, paid by TPUSA, paid by, I don't know, the feds, whoever. I get accused of being paid for all of this stuff. I take super chats, super tips. I don't have any other payments or anything like that. I was just pointing out that Barron's made a ton of money from his position. I support people making money all the time. Like, that's my favorite thing. I have said for years now, I don't care if they're opposed to me. I don't care if they make something I don't like. I think the free market has enough capacity for all sorts, like all ideas, all level of ideas. And it does not bother me in the slightest when people make money. So I'm sorry if I've given you the wrong impression, but I believe even on my last show, just on Sunday, I was talking about like how much money Candace and Barron have made taking this anti-Tyler Robinson shooter position. But that's good. That's good that they make a bunch of money. But when people like Ian Coleman and Diligent Denizen come out and attack anybody who's opposed to them as getting paid for their opinions, it's like, well, I mean, they're getting paid for their opinions a ton of money. It's a popular position. Very popular. If I took the Tyler Robinson shooter position, or like as not the shooter, sorry, Tyler Robinson's not the shooter position, I could be raking in tons of money and pulling in tons of people. Now, my audience, my like long-term audience might be wondering why I would do that, because it's not really a position that makes sense for me to take, like from a logic and history sort of stance. I have a healthy, skeptical view of government for sure. But in this case, I mean, the facts are stacking up, and my assertion has been, under the current factual scenario, which will be admitted into court, Tyler Robinson's done. Like, all of this other stuff, you can believe it, disbelieve it, it doesn't matter, because in court, that shit ain't coming in. He's fucking toast. He is not going to, he's not going to make it through trial. He's going to, well, I mean, he'll make it through trial, but he'll be found guilty by a jury at this point. And the defense could have something up their sleeve. I don't think so, but they could have something up their sleeve to try and some sort of strategy that gets an acquittal. Highly unlikely. It's extremely unlikely based on what we've seen, based on how juries act, and based on what courts allow in. But as far as like Tyler Robinson's actual, like, did he do it or not? Like, people are allowed to speculate and have commentary about that and not trust anything or trust everything. Like, that's up to everybody. I don't care. I don't care if he's the guy who shot Charlie Kirk or not. Like, it doesn't matter to me. What I'm talking about is the law and the trial. And at present, he's toast. So, that's that. Let's see.
Just admit you did coke and abused your children, or did they get some things wrong?
Well, here's the difference, Kevin. I absolutely did coke, tons of it, whole bunch. I didn't abuse my children. They investigated that, and they found that I didn't. Those charges were dismissed. No further abuse charges ever came about. My kids were returned to me, and that's how it goes. So, I mean, I'm not technically convicted. That's a legal process thing, but my guilt is supported for the drugs is supported by the facts that I had those drugs. I had them in my house. Absolutely. I don't know what else to say, but yeah, I did not abuse my kids. There were some people who specifically lied and said that I did. And when the county investigated, talked to the kids, they found no evidence of any of that at all. Which is really obvious to anybody who like looks at, my history with any sort of charity. The kids have always been paramount in my life. Like since before we had the first one, having the first one was an extreme priority. If you don't know the story, we struggled for about 3 years to have our first child. We went through multiple miscarriages. We had, we went to specialists to see if anything was wrong. They could never identify anything. Once we had the first one, the next ones came easy. But the first one was a damn hard experience. It was really, really frustrating. But prior to having that first child, I spent 3 years specifically working on having that child, and tons of time and resources and everything went into that, and sacrifices to other things, because that was the most important thing in our lives. And it has remained so and still does. If I didn't care about my kids, then I would be streaming a lot more because I wouldn't care about their schedules or anything like that. But when the state looked into it, they found that that was all untrue. It's really simple. So let's see. Anonymous says, how is Dr. Fauci able to plead the fifth with a pardon? It depends on the scope of the pardon. I'm not familiar with the entire scope of the pardon, but a pardon does absolve someone of potential guilt, and therefore they should have to testify to that thing. So it gets kind of complicated in there, and we haven't had a lot of case law around it. All right. But anyways, thank you guys for the super tips. I need to put the link to super tips in the description. And as a reminder, just as a very subtle reminder that is not subtle at all as we get going, this show is run entirely off of you guys. Well, and also like watch page ads on YouTube and Rumble. Did the correct message get pinned? Nope. Maybe? Yes, it did. All right. So if you guys want to check out in both chats now, I'm putting the super tip link. There's a super tip link on both YouTube and Rumble. I've pinned them. I think they moved the pinning down to the bottom on YouTube. So if you're looking for it, it's there. But the show is entirely funded by you guys, and the little bit of ad revenue that I get. And I really appreciate that. I really do. So if you want to participate in the show in that way, it has never been required. It never will be required. I try and incorporate free chats and stuff as much as possible too. If you desire to do that, super tip is a great way to do it, because I get 90% of the money instead of 70% of the money, or sometimes less through YouTube. And I get it right away. But however you guys want to do that is up to you. I appreciate it very much. D74715 says, Nick is going to start arguing takings, then try an anti-slap. Just kidding. Good to see you streaming. Donald Gooch, member for 25 months. Oh my goodness. Over 2 years. He says, shout out from old school locals. Glad you're doing well. How's it going, buddy? Good to see you. I am doing well. Thank you. We the Rabble says, take some Goy money to offset the other money. I will. I need that to offset the Jewish money. Melody Couture has become a YouTube member. We do love memberships on this channel. And we do have a member show coming up this week in the next, and then this weekend. I want to get 2 of those because those have fallen a little bit behind for various reasons. We the Rabble, speaking of alcoholic YouTubers, have you seen the Dark Path Sticks Hexenhammer is on? Give that man some life advice. I've seen some stuff and I don't really know what's going on with him. I don't know Sticks that well, but it doesn't look the best. I hope he finds peace and clarity. Lurch Linger gifted a membership. Thank you very much for that. And then Justin Credible says, damn it, Nick, read my super tip. I think I did. All right. We're caught up. Almost. Fletcher Boy says it's longer, but YouTube hates Nick. You can say it's long. It's normally a lot longer. I'm just kidding. 23 months. Thank you. And yes, you've been around much longer. And yes, I do know there's a new EverQuest out. Yes, I have purchased it, but I haven't played it. It came out yesterday or whatever. All right, let's do this. I have taken way too long. Should we start with Andrew Wilson and what's his face, Stu Peters? I think we should. That's what we're going to do. Let me get the video pulled up here. Holy cats. I don't want to watch other people's reviews of it. Holy fuck. Where are we? Here it is. No, I don't.
All right. So, Stu, how much time do you have today? Because Andrew,
Shut up,
we were
dummy.
just, Stu, how much time do you have today? Because
All right, let me share this and then we will get going. Come on. Share. Here we go. All right. So if you are unaware, Andrew Wilson is currently in the top left. The bottom is Stu Peters, and the top right is Sneeko, who is in a suit, as I think is required by his Islamic conversion. Complete random says, you've gotten so lazy, Nick, you don't even bother promoting the Baldo anymore. Sad. That has made the most, I think that has made people the most mad of anything ever. Drex's unused Baldo says, as a wise man once said, get blood cancer, you insufferable, ugly, niglet reject, roast beef flap having cum guzzling donkey fucker. The world will be a better place without you in it. Alyssa Cuntlips is what they said. I don't endorse that talk. Drex's unused Baldo also says the only thing Ricada did was fuck Towhead's wife better than he ever could. If cucking a deformed pinky toe looking motherfucker and making him feel inadequate were a crime, a whole lot of people before Raggets would be in jail. That's a little explicit, I think. Jimmy Boy Bob Dean Loves Donut says, take some Jew money to offset the Gentile money. I'm going to have to count all of it up. The Jew and the Gentile money combined. But someone said, Character Holding says, isn't crack a form of coke? Yeah, you smoke it. It's different. And it's more like how you take meth, I guess. Like, I don't know, but I'm a proper cocaine user, okay? Like I just snorted it up my nose, like the way you're supposed to. That's what I did. All right? That's what I did. Go away. What is it? Go away. All right. So, again, up in the top left, Andrew Wilson. Top right is Sneeko. And then bottom is Stu Peters. And aside from that, just prepare yourself because I don't think you're ready for this, Jelly.
Andrew, we were discussing it. You have an hour? Okay.
Wait a minute. Justin Credible says, you grifting SOB, you didn't play at Senate while waiting for the show to start. Took the Florida bar exam this week, and business entities can suck micro. Okay, I'm just going to say, I don't see that one. It didn't show up for me. I have the one that you sent on Sunday that says that you were taking the bar exam Tuesday. But I don't have a super tip saying otherwise. I'm sorry. Like I don't know why. Here, take a peek. Here are the ones that were played, right? And this is your one from Sunday down here. And then here we have Kevin, and then anonymous, and then unplayed. There's nothing to see. So it didn't come in. I'm very sorry about that. I will talk to management. But I hope you enjoyed the Florida bar exam. And I hope you did well. Hope you passed. We the Rabble says the difference equals the amount of melanin in the Coke. You know, if one Coke, crack leaves and for milk and doesn't come back. That's what I heard. Okay. On to this debate. Let's do it.
Is that okay, Andrew?
I mean, I guess it's going to have to be.
All right. So I want this to be a fair, open discussion. This is a Charlie Kirk debate.
So really quickly, since I was kind of talking, he asked Stu how long he had, and Stu said he had 1 hour, just 1 hour for this debate.
About his assassination. There's a point of contention about what happened. And I would like to do a 2-minute intro and then a 1-minute rebuttal, and then we can have free flow discussion. And then I'll only interject if...
I want to correct Sneeko here, as I'll have to do probably a million times. There isn't a dispute over what happened because there's no competing, there's no cohesive narrative that competes with the state's narrative. There's a bunch of people who question individual aspects of the state's case against Tyler Robinson, and they've concluded that that generates reasonable doubt. Okay, that is there. There's a bunch of that. But there isn't a cohesive competing narrative. There are competing individual plot points. He wasn't shot with a rifle. He was shot with a palm gun, for example. No evidence of this at all, like zero evidence, and lots of evidence against it, which I think I'm being charitable here because I think that's important in these types of discussions. A lot of people don't see a lot of the evidence, and it's hard to follow all of this stuff. It really is. We're not at trial yet. Once trial comes, it's much easier. But a lot of people don't see all of the stuff that's out there. So some of the stuff gets lost. There are people out there who do not believe that an autopsy was performed on Charlie Kirk. Now, they don't believe it because people like Candace Owens and Baron Coleman have said that it's impossible for it to have happened, even though it's not in any way impossible. And then when you point out that it did happen, that there's a medical examiner's report, that stuff was recovered during the autopsy, it's part of the state's case, they'll say, well, the autopsy was inadequately done. They don't have a way to tell you what was inadequate about it. They just say it couldn't have been done because they think that these things take longer than they do. I guess. I don't know. They think different things. They have different expectations from reality. And part of that's TV. Part of that's people like Baron Coleman who go out there with the credibility of being an attorney and then say stuff that just isn't correct or true at all. And Lionel Media does the same thing. They come out and they say things that are not legally accurate. But because of that, people don't have time to go and consume all of this stuff. And so then they believe that, oh, an autopsy wasn't done. Or they believe that, for example, the medical examiner who allegedly performed the autopsy that wasn't done has resigned. And they believe, I think they believe that that's a problem. They believe that that medical examiner will not have to testify. Like, that's not a real thing. I don't know if people know this or not, but if that medical examiner resigns and remains in the United States, really, they will testify at the trial. There's almost no way that they don't. But they don't become unavailable just because they resign. So, lots of experts in cases that we've watched on this channel, for example, especially like the Karen Reed second trial. A lot of those people have different jobs than they had when the facts occurred. That doesn't preclude you from testifying about the time that you were involved. And you don't get to avoid a subpoena just because of that. So I think people just have some misunderstandings. But Sneeko is talking about like this whole thing being in dispute, but it isn't. It isn't. Individual pieces of it are disputed. Sure. I would argue that the disputes aren't the best, but they don't have to be. People can point out problems with the state's case. The state has the burden in all of this to prepare a beyond a reasonable doubt case for Tyler Robinson when trial starts. Right now, probable cause is lower. But it is the state's burden. It's not the defense's burden to come up with an alternative story. A lot of times that helps, but it's not the defense's burden to do that. All right, so just some minor umbrages with language. Fletcher Boy says, Nick the Nose is a free pass. Get a tiny hat and use it to your advantage. I have one. I've worn it multiple times. Joseph Redmond says, Unk Alert. I don't know what Unk Alert is, but thank you, Joseph, for the jewels. I will cherish them forever. Here we go.
There is too many interruptions, and also I don't like ad hominem attacks. I want this to be fair and wanted to discuss what's really happening. So I'll give one warning for ad homs, and then the second one just will disqualify and then end it. Does that sound good?
It does. Give me one quick second to fix the camera here.
No problem.
That my producer messed it up.
Okay, so they have a rule of no ad hominems. I do want to thank, I was remiss. Thank you. Anna, that Star Wars girl, has rated the stream over on Rumble. I don't know if she rated on YouTube as well, but thank you, Anna. Much love to Anna. And guys, you can catch me talking to Anna on the Jack Show a couple times recently. We've had some good chats and some good times. So, all right, back to this shit.
Go quick. Not the time for this problem, bro.
Stu, did you see Pablo tweet? Apparently, I'm the reason that people hate Muslims in America now.
No, that's supposed to be out of scene.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, I just
Source. That's supposed to be source. There you go.
Yeah,
Andrew's
flock
troubleshooting
cameras
on a
exist for
debate.
you and I, right?
The fucking
yeah,
worst
flock
thing.
cameras are good now. That's what that's all about. Stu, can you raise your microphone a little bit? It's a little low. Your audio.
I don't know. I just joined Zoom. Like,
Is there a way you
normally
can make
do.
it louder? Or maybe
People
I can just
use
raise your volume.
Zoom
All right, I'm
for
all
live
set.
streaming. I still don't get this.
Raise.
check 1 2, check 1 2.
It's good? Okay, chat's saying it's fine. Okay, that sounds great. All right, so see who goes first. Someone want to flip a coin to see who could decide who goes first for 2 minutes?
Trishy, I'm sorry. The YouTube notifications are probably my fault. I've been inconsistent on the streaming schedule. Still working to rectify that, but like the algorithm just decides, don't notify anybody. So
I don't care. Andrew can go first.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me either.
Okay,
Go ahead,
Andrew,
Andrew.
would you like to go first?
Yeah, sure. So thanks, Stu, first and foremost, for actually having this debate, as almost nobody else on your side will. To make my position crystal clear on this, as I have many times before, there could have been a conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk, though it's more likely it would have come from left-wing groups or agitators. But what I assess as evidence, and it's standard, just to clarify this very quickly, evidence is information, facts, data, or materials which support a claim and truth, hypothesis, or assertion, and it doesn't always support a conclusion. Proof is a successful demonstration of a claim. Stu Peters, like many of these independent investigators working on the Kirk case, produced some evidence for some claims, but never proof. And their evidence always falls short for there to be a conclusion, especially.
All right, Andrew's already like he's losing me a little bit, not like in substance, but I'm kind of bored. Long story short, he's opening up with the idea that people questioning the narrative, and I use that term liberally, people who are questioning the narrative have this problem, like their claims lack evidence. They question the narrative, which is okay, but they don't support their assertions of the alternatives, and they don't support assertions of their reasoning for questioning it. This is, of course, a blanket statement, an overgeneralization, but Andrew isn't talking about everybody. He's talking a lot about people styling themselves as independent investigators. People like Stu Peters, Ian Carroll, Diligent Denizen, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of clarify that.
The ones that they propel as being factual. An example of this, if I say I am holding a cigarette, that is evidence I'm holding one. But if I show you that I'm holding a cigarette, that would be proof. Stu has made many claims. Some he just plain has no evidence for, and some so little it just doesn't support his conclusion. He's going to ask a lot of questions, but he doesn't seem to be great at demonstrating the claims that he's already made. Claim one, Stu Peters says Andrew Colvett is Jewish. This was posted by him September 21st. Quote, Andrew Colvett is a Jew. I'm not buying even one piece of the official Charlie Kirk assassination story. No evidence given for the claim at all. Both of Colvett's parents were Catholic. There isn't any evidence he has any ethnic Jewish blood at all. So that's just totally made up. Claim two, quote, we now with 100% certainty know that Andrew Colvett was linked to Fort Huachuca in the days and weeks leading up to Charlie Kirk's assassination. That was July 17th on X. Colvett denies the claim, and the only evidence Stu has made for the claim is a man named Snow, who
10
also
seconds.
believes What? You said 3 minutes.
That's a 2. I can push it to 3
Oh.
if you.
Getting time mogged by Sneeko over here. Pendar says, who cares if he's Jewish? Lol. A lot of people care if he's Jewish. That's a thing that's happening.
You guys both agree?
Yeah, you said 3 minutes.
I'll go through
yeah.
3. You have another minute, so I'll give you 3 as well. Go ahead.
Colvett denies the claim. The only evidence Stu has made for the claim is a man named Stowe, who also believes his father is the Zodiac killer and that a cockroach he captured was actually a spying device. Thus far, he hasn't shown us the cockroach even. Snow has provided.
See, the funny thing is, like, logically, the things that he just mentioned, this guy believing that his father's a Zodiac killer and a cockroach is a surveillance device, those things don't make him wrong about the other assertion, but they do make him funny at all times.
No evidence for the presence of Andrew Colvett, Erica Kirk, or anybody being at Fort Huachuca. Past, trust me.
All right, here we go.
You called him a grifter. We are all grifters, or maybe I'm wrong. Seems like other way around. They give opinion and get attacked.
I am a grifter. Like I've been proud. Like I'm a proud grift champion. I've been a grifter forever. We're all grifters. Look, Baron Coleman is lying directly. That's not an attack. That is a fact. Baron Coleman is coming out as a lawyer, misrepresenting the legal process. He's misrepresenting what is being presented to the court. He's misrepresenting things. Like, he is lying or he's dumb. I don't think he's dumb. I think he's very smart, but he is lying. I don't know why. I don't know what's motivating him. It's not like a question the narrative lie. He is that's separate. Questioning the narrative is not a problem. Saying I don't like this evidence. I don't believe this. I don't believe that. That's not a problem. He is lying about what has happened in this case, what has happened factually, what has been asserted factually, what is in the record. He's lying about it. I don't know how else to tell you. He just is. It's not an attack. I don't really give a shit if he's lying. It doesn't bother me if he's lying. But when I'm going to address his claims and their lies, I'm going to call them a lie. I'm going to say he's doing it. Again, thank you. Thank you for the super tip. I really do appreciate it. But, and I don't care if people go out and lie. But again, every time I say anything, these people call me a FEDSLOPper, paid TPUSA shill, paid by some organization or the Jews. None of that's true. None of that's true. You cannot sit there and be raking in tons of money and be like, other people are getting paid for the opinion. You're getting paid for the opinion. Like that's happening. That is. But if I called him a grifter, I don't remember doing that. I believe you, though. I believe you. I may have been just kind of lightheartedly joking. But again, go back and watch the show that I did on Sunday. I don't believe you were there, and I don't know if you've watched it. But I said, and I mean it, I hope they make tons of money, but that doesn't make them correct. It doesn't make them incorrect either. But it does make their criticisms of other people earning money a little bit hollow, right? Like Candace makes a fucking fortune. An absolute fortune of money. But that doesn't make her opinions right or wrong. And similarly, someone else having an opinion that they don't like doesn't mean that they're getting paid for it. Andrew, by the way, Andrew Wilson in this debate and online will be accused of getting paid by Turning Point USA. In fact, being an employee of Turning Point USA because he taught a one-day course one time and was paid for that one-day course. And so that they say he's an employee, he's paid shill, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't recall my exact words. If I called Baron Coleman a grifter, good. He is. And yes, you're right. We're all grifters. 100% true. And here we go. Kevin says
someone did 911 and they found passports. Plane was incinerated. Jet fuel to bring the towers down. Criminals sometimes steal cars or weapons. But yes, evidence points to Tyler unless.
Yeah, yes, the evidence points to Tyler. And again, I've maintained from the beginning. And I tweeted this yesterday or today. I don't remember. When I say this, people are going to maybe take this the wrong way. I don't believe Tyler did it. And that doesn't mean I disbelieve that Tyler did it. It just means that I'm not concerned with the question of whether Tyler did it. All right. What I talk about is what we can actually assess and analyze. And that's the factual record that's put before the court, and then the legal conclusions that are drawn from that factual record. That's what we can watch and measure. But I see people like Barron coming out and saying, this is going to do this and this is going to do that. And they're just not. They're wrong. Like that's legally incorrect. And so, yeah, like I disagree with that. And I'm going to talk about it.
Hey, bro, I saw them. Next, he uses Anna Escobar and her Google Analytics, which can't be replicated as the data isn't there. But most importantly, from her own admission, may not have come from the base at all, as there are 45,000 residents in that suburb, 6,500 at the base. She says this herself. There's no good reason to believe, based on this evidence, that Erica Kirk was ever there, or Andrew Colvett, or anybody else No Claims was. In other words, Stu Peters can't actually tie anybody to actually
20 seconds.
being there, even though he claims Andrew Colvett is 100% tied to the fort. a guy who's never been there. Thus, the evidence doesn't support the conclusion. His conclusion is that TPUSA reps Erica Kirk and Israel work together to kill Kirk, and we in no way ever get to that conclusion. I think that it's a bummer we only have 3 minutes to do this, but okay. All
Okay,
right.
perfect. Stu, you have 3 minutes starting now.
So the reason
Okay. And I don't mind that I'm doing this. I'm poisoning the well on purpose. I haven't watched this part of the debate. I watched a later part of the debate. So forgive me. The person you are about to hear talk, I was not ready. I was not ready for this man. And I don't know how it starts, but I know how it goes later. I don't think you're ready either.
why I took this debate is because Erica Kirk and Andrew Kovic and Blake Neff won't debate. Jack Posobiec won't debate. And apparently you are the paid shill to come out here and push the idea that Tyler.
First thing, right out the gate, by the way, paid shill. He's the paid shill. Now, Andrew Wilson's content is debating. Like, that's what he does. I think Andrew Wilson would debate anybody on any subject if he believed that it would, somehow promote him and what he does. He's a debate me, bro. Not my style, but that's what he is. That's what he does. So I don't like. I'm not his accountant. I don't know if he's a paid shill, but I don't see any evidence that he's a paid shill. This is part of the overall thing. If you oppose Candace Owens and her framing of this case, you are labeled as a paid shill for Turning Point USA or the Jews in Turning Point USA. That is it's happened to me, and I'm barely involved in any of this, but it's fantastic. And of course, I love that that's what he leads with. You're the paid shill to do it. Tons of people on the, like, I don't know how many people on the Candace side are wanting to debate. I've seen a couple people like kind of go in and tangle it up with someone, but I know that people on the anti-Candace side, I guess, I don't know how else to frame it. I know of people who are more than willing to debate the topic, but I don't like these blanket statements. Oh, no one's willing to debate. There's tons of people, but they might not be the right size fish, if you know what I mean.
Good thoughts. Thanks for reading tips. I disagree. I did not see Screwdriver. Looks like diff outfit. Red flags. EQ Legends looks great. And
Kevin, those things are perfectly reasonable to question. They're perfectly reasonable to question. My contention has been from this whole thing. And by the way, thank you, of course, for engaging via Super Tip. It helps a ton, and I really appreciate it. Thank you for that. My thing is at Probable Cause, the state we're at right now, those things that like dispute over, the clothes look different on the video. Well, the state has claimed he changed clothes, and at Probable Cause, the state gets deference for that. That factual dispute, he's not wearing the same clothes. Well, he changed clothes. The state gets that at Probable Cause. They win automatically. That's how Probable Cause hearings work. And I think that a misunderstanding of that, and more importantly, a misrepresentation of that by people like Candace, Lionel Media, and Barron. And when I say people like them, I mean, I believe I've seen all three of them say stuff like this. Misrepresentation of where in the legal process we are is leading a bunch of people to think that something improper has happened at this point. It hasn't. But you don't have to believe the evidence ever. But until trial, we're not going to get the fully articulated and fleshed out argument, because the state automatically wins on any disputed fact. And they get all favorable inferences for them. To beat the state at a Probable Cause hearing, You have to make their fact impossible, not disputed, impossible. Which is why it's kind of a weird thing that they didn't raise any timeline defense if the like steakhouse stop is true, because the steakhouse stuff makes some of the other facts kind of look impossible. But when we go through the document in a little bit, I think you'll see that the state has answers for a lot of this stuff, and it's hard to make their facts impossible. Does it mean they'll carry trial? No, but they probably will.
Robinson is definitely guilty, and he shot and killed Charlie Kirk with his grandfather's stolen 30-06. You spoke of evidence and you spoke of claims. Jack Posobiec made a claim. He claimed that he saw a 4K HD video. Benny Johnson made the claim that you can see Tyler Robinson taking the shot and that this is an open and shut case. Fact is that there is no evidence that is convincing anyone that Tyler Robinson is in fact guilty.
Hey, big shout out to After Hours Respawn. Thanks for rating the channel over on YouTube. Really appreciate that. Welcome to any of their viewers who may be joining us. Do you think the prosecution will use Robinson's parents as witnesses? It depends if they want to testify or not. It depends. When you see Tyler's own statements are devastating to Tyler, not the statements to the parents. His statements to Lance and his statements to his Discord are devastating. We the Rabble says shout out to TMF Squid, and then Joseph Redman sent a W. Thanks, very much appreciated. All right, here we go. Back to this.
In the shooting death of Charlie Kirk, and that is what has led to what I would say is inarguably the world's largest in history crowdsourced investigation into who it is that's responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. So, I mean, I can yield my time.
Okay, let's analyze that claim real quick. He believes this is the largest ever crowdsourced investigation into who is responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. I 100% agree with Stu Peters. That is, I believe that to be true. This is definitely the largest crowdsourced investigation into who is responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk. 100%. He nailed that one.
Interested in Andrew's debate points. So what evidence do you have, rather than shifting the burden on Stu Peters, rather than shifting the burden where I have to prove that it was a trapdoor and a magnetic force field and a drone swarm and an exploding mic and a second gunman on the Lunacy Center, rather than talk?
It wasn't any of those things, though. None of those things happened. So that's good that he doesn't want to have to prove those, because he can't.
Talking about Ana Escobar and Google search images, let's just talk about your evidence. What evidence is it, rather than shifting the burden onto me, that you want to debate that will satisfy the audience that Tyler Robinson definitely shot Charlie Kirk?
You have 1 minute, but I think you can yield the time. So let's do 1 minute rebuttal uninterrupted from Andrew, and then another 1 minute rebuttal from Stu, and then we can go to free flow discussion. Andrew, you have a minute.
Yeah, so these aren't the claims. Right now there's a trial going on. Neither of us have access to the totality of the evidence. So I don't even need to make the claim. It's not necessary. You have made actual claims here. You have claimed that Charlie Kirk was killed by a microphone. He was murdered by a microphone, even though it's the case that when did this and the Israelis did this and they had exploding pagers, there was smoke, there was all sorts of things like this. You have never provided a single piece of evidence for that absurd claim. Not one in that claim. You're avoiding your claim for Fort Tachuca. You're not actually telling us how it is that you could make the claim that Colvette was 100% there. That's what you claimed. Do you have any evidence to support that other than Snow saying, trust me, bro? No.
Okay, so
how do you get to these conclusions, dude? How do you get to the conclusions of what it is that you think. Right now, we have a trial going on. And here's the thing, I'm happy to take.
That's a minute, Andrew. We can do free flow. Let's give a minute. We'll go to free flow. Let's do a minute from Stu, and then we'll go free flow. Go ahead, Stu.
We wouldn't be talking about any of this at all if you're here to debate the claims that Erica Kirk makes that Tyler Robinson's guilty, that Jack Posobiec says Tyler Robinson's guilty. That's the claim that has been made. That is the man who's on trial for his life.
The state's made that claim.
And there is no trial. Actually, preliminary hearings have taken place, at which point the prosecution was supposed to provide the most damning evidence possible to take this thing to a trial.
All right, let's do this. Nope, not at all. He misstates what probable cause is and the state's burden and the state's obligation. The state is not required in any capacity to present at preliminary hearings for probable cause the most damning evidence possible. And this is a frequent thing in these debates. People add adjectives or adverbs and then adjectives to things. The state has to present a case sufficient to show probable cause that the person accused of doing each alleged crime did them. And that if whatever the state presents, if it were all true, uncontroverted, with all favorable inferences, that they would be guilty. That's it. Now, let me just tell you how this works. No attorney would leave it at this. But Tyler Robinson's message to Lance Twiggs saying, I am the guy who did it. Probable cause has been met. Probable cause has been met by that one admission alone. Because what does it mean? The state says he's talking about killing Charlie Kirk. All factual disputes are resolved in favor of the state. All favorable inferences are for the state. So that message alone is akin to a recorded, signed confession for the purposes of probable cause. That's it. Done. Only way you can fight that is to prove conclusively that it is impossible that Tyler Robinson was talking about Charlie Kirk's murder or that he made those texts. They have not done that. And proving that it is impossible would be like, that didn't come from his phone, his account. He doesn't have like thumbs. I don't know. He was incarcerated and didn't have access to his phone at the time or any other device. Like, you would have to show conclusively that he could not possibly have sent it. Because any dispute, any possibility that he sent it goes in favor of the state. That's it. That's done. That alone, done. Stu is incorrect about saying you have to present your most damning stuff, because you can maybe come up with some sort of inadmissibility, inability to authenticate or whatever. Maybe on objection, keep it out. It's really hard to keep a party statement that's adverse to their interests out of court. It's really difficult. But like, you hypothetically, let's say you could do that. So maybe that doesn't come in at trial. It will, but maybe it doesn't in some far off scenario. Well, then you'd have other evidence that presumably would be as damning or more damning. But that alone carries the day. And Stu doesn't understand that. And a lot of people don't seem to understand that. But that alone, that's probable cause. Now, stack that up with everything else. And remember, at probable cause, everything's in favor of the state. The state has probable cause in droves. And there was a super chat I saw that actually really well illustrates it. And Donald Gooch says, anyone generally familiar with criminal trials, the normal amount of evidence marshaled in criminal trials that secures a guilty verdict is de minimis compared to what has been presented here. And I've said that as well. At present, the evidence presented in the probable cause hearing is more than sufficient to secure a unanimous guilty verdict from a jury, and a large percentage, probably the majority of convictions occur for first-degree murder occur with less evidence than what has been presented at pre-trial. I don't know how to stress it anymore. Again, some of the people in this debate have said that, like Lionel Media today is like, they will struggle, blah, blah, blah. They will, if they presented the case that they have presented so far, if they present that in court right now, Tyler Robinson may get the death penalty off of that alone, but he definitely is found guilty by a jury. It will happen. I mean, people have very, very narrow views of what guilt beyond a reasonable doubt is. A jury will right now find him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And anyone saying otherwise, they must not be familiar with it, or they're misrepresenting for some reason. I don't know what it is. I don't care. Maybe it's just hope, right? Maybe it's just their own hope. They need to misrepresent it for themselves. But he would go to prison for life and maybe be killed by the state right now based on what they have. And it's not even questionable. You don't have to believe what they have. You can say that, like it's a planted evidence or whatever, like all day long. You can do that. Go ahead. Right now, the legal outcome of this is he hangs. Figuratively. We the Rabble says nobody's talking about the grassy knoll. Some people are. He says, tell me about why this is a death penalty case. Why is this fairly raised death penalty when others get 10 to 20 years? The aggravating factors, I don't know all of them, but the aggravating factors involve putting other people in danger. There are other people around that, first of all, it's first-degree murder, so 10 to 20 years is probably not sufficient. It'd be higher. I believe life without parole is the standard conviction, or the standard sentence for first-degree murder. All right, but the death penalty enhancements, I believe, have to do with endangering other people. Firing a high-powered rifle at someone when there are other people around endangers a lot of people. It also is scary and loud and can make people react in a way where even if the bullet wouldn't strike them, like a stampede and trampling can happen and stuff like that. I believe that's it. I'm not fully versed on Utah law and this stuff. We'll get closer to it if it remains an issue going into trial. But if you want some more information about that, you should check out Andrea Burkhart. Her Twitter page and her Substack have just gobs of really great information. Morgana says, what the fuck? This is retarded. You're not fully versed on shit. Well, no, I'm not. I wasn't prepared to discuss the Utah requirements for the death penalty today. That's not what I was intending to discuss. It was a response to a question. But yeah, so I don't know the actual death penalty questions, the death penalty factors for Utah, but I'll get to them if it remains an issue at trial. Right now, we don't know if the death penalty is allowed to proceed at present, but they could knock it out pre-trial maybe. We'll see.
Where they'll stick a needle in his arm or put him in a gas chamber or blow his head off or whatever it is that they're going to do so they can get him out of here. Jack Posobiec, Erica Kirk forgives this man as if he's already guilty. The claims have been made by everybody that pays you. You're paid by Turning Point USA. They apparently, nobody that likes them wants to do business. So they come and get a guy that hates them. You're on the record saying Erica Kirk is fucked until the minute that you take a paycheck. And now.
So just to be clear, so I brought this up on screen, but I want to say it again. Manny Mayhem says, you're right. It requires aggravating circumstances. Yes, it does. I just don't know exactly what they are. I know, there are a bunch of potential death penalty issues. I don't know exactly what all of them are for Utah, and I don't know which ones are, proposed in this case. So, but yes, It's a question of aggravating factors. They've challenged the death penalty, and currently the death penalty is still on the table. And if you want to know what the defense strategy here is, the defense strategy largely looks like mitigating the death penalty. If they can't do it by plea, they're going to try and do it at trial. They're going to try and show that Tyler Robinson cooperated, that he was remorseful, et cetera, and they're going to try and eliminate those factors. You can be mad at me for not knowing what they are, but do you know what they are? Are you versed? How dare you? Okay, so yes, he's pointing out that Andrew Wilson has said things about Erica Kirk until he took a paycheck. Then he changed his mind.
She's the best at everything, and Tyler Robinson is definitely guilty. So we are here to talk about the evidence that you have.
10 seconds.
Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk.
No, that's not what we're here to discuss. We're here to discuss all claims being made. And if you want to take, hang on. If you want to take 30 minutes,
you don't have any
evidence. Hang on, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. If you want to take 30 minutes to discuss your claims and then 30 minutes to discuss mine, I'm happy to do that. But you can't shift out of the burden of your own claims.
Okay, real quick. We the Rabble says, look it up. Goy money for legal advice. That's not enough. That's not even close to my rate. Here we go, though. Donald Gooch has done us a favor here. I'm going to take his word for it. It says aggravating factors include targeting a victim for political expression, creating a great risk to a crowd, and committing the act in the presence of children, all of which happened in this case. Well, the political expression one is alleged to have happened based on, some Discord messages and what was engraved on the bullets, etc. TMF Squid says, I hate these artard arguments right now. Erica Kirk is allowed to believe the state when they accuse someone of murdering her husband. Yeah, that one's like, that one's a really amazing one. People like criticizing Erica Kirk for believing the Fed narrative. It's like, well, I mean, somebody murdered her husband, and this is the only accused person, and there's a lot of evidence for it.
Can we start with those, and then after that 30 minutes is done, you can ask me whatever it is that you want.
The burden isn't on me.
The burden is on you for claims that you've made.
It's not on Candace Owens. It's not on Baron Coleman. The burden is not on any of us.
Then let me just ask you directly.
That's not how
did
these cases
Erica
work.
Kirk and TP, by the way, I don't work for TP USA. That's a lie. Secondly,
what do you mean? You went on stream and said that you took a job with Turning Point.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
I
you
went
did.
on stream, and here's my exact words.
You're denying that
I
you
have
went on stream and said that you worked
self-anointed
for Turning Point.
myself. I don't work for TP USA.
You didn't get paid
and I've
by
never
Turning
made the
Point
claim.
USA.
Sure, to give a debate course.
Okay, so you've been paid by Turning Point USA.
So has their guys who mow their lawn.
Okay, well,
so they work for
that was
TP
the
USA
point.
too.
The difference
they work
is
for
the
the
guys
Jews
that mow the
too. They
lawn.
work for the
The
Jews.
guys that mow the lawn, Andrew, are not saying on stream, and they're not saying on social media platforms with a big following that Erica Kirk's and then automatically and then turning quickly right after they get paid for their lawn job and the edging and the weeding and the blowing.
Get out of head, man. Get out of hell,
She's
Marcy.
the greatest at everything.
When did I ever say that?
That's what we're here for.
When did I ever say that she's the greatest and the bestest at everything? Just making up, bro.
She's not anymore.
You're just
right?
making up.
She's
all
not
women are.
This is actually my favorite moment that I've seen so far in the debate. Stu Peters like, you claim that Erica Kirk's not retarded anymore. Andrew Wilson says, all women are retarded. Hold on. Go back for that. This is so fucking funny. Oh my God.
That's what we're here for.
When did I ever say that she's the greatest and the bestest at everything? Just making up, bro.
She's not anymore.
You're just
right?
making up.
She's
all
not
women
retarded.
are. All women are.
Okay, so anyway,
all of them. Am I stuttering? Hang on, listen closely. All women.
They can't.
So that would necessarily include Erica Kirk. Are all
okay,
of
this is what your tactic is. You want to move away from what the debate core is. You want to shift the burden.
I want to know first of all, do you believe that there was an exploding microphone?
Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, and
What's
I'm
the
happy.
evidence of
I'm
that?
happy to get to all these claims. Let's start with
that's what
yours.
we're here for. So start
you
there.
Have
you
made
are the guy who's been paid by Turk.
The ambient mage says, why are we censoring the word retarded? I don't know. People talk to me about like, oh man, YouTube doesn't let you say whatever. I'm like, I say everything. I say all kinds of slurs and everything. Like, when you understand the YouTube rules, you you can't slurs and stuff matter when they're maliciously slung at a person to whom they would apply for. Right? Like that's when it matters. But if you just say like so-and-so's retarded or whatever, they don't care. But if you pull a Down syndrome person up on stream and be like, look at this fucking low IQ retard, blah, blah, blah. Like they would, like that would get you in trouble. That's the type of stuff. But just generally saying retarded, YouTube is not Nazi-like on their enforcement of this stuff anymore. They used to be. But some people are stuck in the old things, and it's probably algorithm friendly. I don't know. This is one of the reasons that I think, you know, I never like exploded in growth is because I don't ever censor shit. I say fuck everybody all the time. Like they're censoring out profanity and stuff like that. Okay, here we go.
Ask Vince Foster's wife if she believes her husband committed suicide. Bullet disappeared. 3. Handwriting expert said not his writing. Vince's wife would love to have a Candace Owens.
Remember that? Okay, sure. But that's a different case entirely. That's a different thing. And the question is not, does Erica Kirk have to believe the government? The question is, should Erica Kirk be shamed or belittled for believing the accusations against Tyler Robinson? No, she should be free to believe those or disbelieve those at her pleasure. And again, the biggest problem for Tyler Robinson is him saying he did it. Not just once, multiple times. Multiple times. That's the biggest problem. I did it. And he was there. Like, it's not like he was joking online or something. Like, he was there and did it. And had the rifle. And his DNA's all over it. All over it. Over all the relevant parts of it. His DNA is everywhere. It's a tough one for him.
Point to come.
You
here
have
and
made
tell
claims.
us how I'm crazy and Barron's crazy.
Yeah,
and
so let's start with your claims.
dangerous.
When was Andrew Colvett?
I don't have any claims. I'm investigating what happened
you don't
to
have any
Charlie Kirk
claims?
because I don't believe you. I don't
Was
believe
Andrew-
Erica.
And here we go. I don't have claims. And this has been the clarion call of this discussion. I'm just asking questions. All right. Well, again, at some point, someone has to have an answer. You can ask questions all day. But if you're not just asking, first of all, he's not just asking questions. He makes plenty of assertions. But you can't just, like, I can just ask questions all day. That doesn't invalidate anything. That's just a question. What do we got here? We the Rabble says, has Erica named Tyler by name? She forgave the person who did this. I don't know. No idea. Team F Squid says, when did questioning the narrative turn into actual retards that have no grasp on reality being taken seriously? It's a complicated question, my friend.
Listen,
I don't believe
was
these people.
Andrew
The burden is
Colvett
on you.
Was Andrew Colvett at Fort Tuchaka or not?
We're not here to discuss
Answer the question,
or
Stu.
flights or exploding
Was
mics.
he there
We're not
or
here
not,
to debate
Stu?
that. Are you
Stu,
telling
Stu,
me
was he there, Stu?
that are you wasting
Was he
everybody's
there?
time?
Was he there,
Do you
Stu?
not have any evidence that Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk?
Stu, was he there or not?
Did Tyler Robinson,
Was he
Charlie
there
Kirk?
or not?
Did
Stu?
Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk?
I think the evidence supports that. Sure. Now answer my question: was Andrew Colvett at Fort Tuchaka or not? Was he there or not, Stu?
Where's Andrew Colvett? Why won't
Answer
he
the
come out and
question,
answer that
Stu.
question?
And why don't you answer the question since you made the claim? Was he there or not?
Where is the evidence that Tyler
Stu,
Robinson
answer my question.
killed
Stu.
Charlie Kirk?
Answer my question. Was
I'm
he
not
there
here
or
to
not?
answer your question.
You're
I don't
not here to
need debate.
answer
I think I
any
have
questions
reverb.
about any of the things.
See, hold on. Let me check one more thing. Yeah, I don't have reverb on. That's not, I don't know what you're hearing.
Things that you have postulated as being true.
You're not
you can't
here to
support a
answer any
single claim.
questions as to how it is definitely true that Tyler
I
Robinson
swear to
is
you, I'll
guilty.
answer all of yours if you just answer
You've
mine.
been on the internet demonizing everybody who's looking into
Yeah,
the murder of
'cause you
Charlie
won't
Kirk.
answer
You were begging
questions.
for Baron Coleman to come
And
and
you
talk about
won't
how
answer any
Tyler
questions
Robinson is
about
so
your
guilty
view.
until I
Someone,
came
they're
into the
just
chat.
asking
Was
questions,
Andrew
okay?
Colvett at Fort
Tell us
Chaka?
how.
Was
Tell us
Andrew
how.
Colvett at
I don't know
Fort
if Andrew
Chaka?
Colvett was
Then
at
why
Fort
did you say you were
Huachuca.
100% sure he's linked to it?
Okay.
Well,
First of
answer the
all,
questions,
do you
Stu.
know all of the evidence that you would have to ignore to consider that to be an outlandish consideration?
You said he was 100% linked. Was that a lie, Stu? Were you lying?
No, I wasn't lying. You
Okay,
said
great.
that
So then
Tyler
show me the
Robinson
100%
killed
link.
Charlie Kirk. Everybody
Show me
at
the
Turning
100%
Point has
link.
said that.
No, they have. In fact, here's the thing that's really funny. First of all,
Erica
I don't
Kirk
work.
forgives that
I don't
man.
work for TPUSA.
So if Erica
That's
Kirk
first.
forgives him, then that means that Tyler Robinson.
Wait a minute.
Fort Tatanka is my favorite wrestler. I was him scalp Mr. Perfect. Or maybe it was Tyler.
Tyler did it.
Them. So where's the
Yeah.
evidence of that?
based on
Jack
the
Posobiec, who
supporting
works
evidence.
for Turning Point USA,
Yes.
said, and
Yes.
none of these people, all these people, are
I'm sure
cowards,
that
by
they
the
do
way. None
think
of them
that
will
he
come
does.
here and tell
Yes.
me how this is true.
Yeah, but
You're the
but
paid
you won't
guy
even
who doesn't even
support your
like
claims.
them,
You won't
who's out
even
here
support your claims
trying
now.
to lure people.
Hold on,
into
a lot of
defamation
interrupting.
lawsuits.
Let's try to go one at a time right now. But
Go ahead.
You're the guy who's out here trying to lure people into defamation lawsuits to make specific claims. When the claim has been made that Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk, it's been made by Erica Kirk, it's been made by Don Trump Jr., it's been made by Jack Posobiec.
So, like, he doesn't want to answer questions because that's going to lure him into defamation lawsuits. Like, defamation lawsuits against public figures are so fucking difficult. Like, all you have to do is, if you say that he was at Fort Huachuca or whatever, I don't know what that is, but like, if you say he was there and you're wrong, just say, I saw information. I believed it to be true. They would have to show that you saw information that proved he wasn't there and chose to tell the lie anyway because he's a public figure. And of course, Andrew Colvett, as the spokesperson for Turning Point USA, is a public figure. It's not even like his job is to be the public face of it. I don't think we'd have any trouble showing that.
It's been made by other Turning Point paid shills, just like yourself.
Who doesn't
So
work for
where is
Turning
the
Point?
evidence of that?
Yeah. Okay. Great. So I'm happy to get into all this. In fact, you know what?
Then that's where we'll
I'll
start.
promise you this. Can we do a question for a question? How's that?
that's fair.
That's fair. So here's my question.
I'm not
you
here
answer
to
it.
answer your questions.
I'm not here to
debate
answer any of your
position
questions.
That Tyler Robinson,
I'm
Charlie
not
Kirk.
here to answer any of your. Okay, here I'll start off. Okay, we have
Yeah,
text
so do
message.
you have evidence of
Yeah,
that?
we have a text message confessions, Stu. Yes.
Okay, what else?
We have text message confessions, Stu, that they not only took screenshots of, but then they pulled the data off, which show that he texted his boyfriend and admitted to the crime, Stu. Text message confessions. Now, I've answered your question. Please answer mine.
Those confessions that Tyler Robinson, like, if they can't eliminate those confessions before a jury will convict him. Even if other evidence doesn't seem to line up or is a weak case, those confessions will convict people. They often do. Very, very often, people are convicted on an admission. One admission. He has like 5. Very dangerous.
Was Andrew Colvett or Erica Kirk at Fort Huachuca or not?
Let's talk about the confession.
Oh my God, this guy!
was made, because
are
I'm here
we
to
going to get some
debate.
moderation? If you
here
want to
to-
debate, you have to answer questions too, Stu. Answer my question. Was
I'm
he-
here to debate whether or not Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk, because
I'm
that's
here
the
to
claim that
debate-
has been made
Yeah,
by the
and I'm
people
here
who
to
you
debate.
are out shilling for.
No, the debate
They won't
topic
come and
is
debate.
this
You said,
Charlie
"I'll come
Kirk
and debate."
assassination.
You said,
And
I'll
so
come debate.
I
So
want to
that's
know
what you're
your
here for.
claims. Answer my
Trying to shift
question
the
now.
burden. This
Answer
is
my
not-
question.
This is not debating the topic.
And
of
yes,
what
it
you're
is debating
which
the
is
topic. Answer
Tyler
my
Robinson
question.
and Charlie Kirk.
Okay, you know what? Here, I'll try a different one. See if you can answer
Mary
another
J,
one.
who's the
Okay,
complete
so
phony?
is it the case then, Stu? Do you believe that a small insect flew into Snow's room and it was actually secretly a government device?
Are you serious? None
Yes.
of this would be a topic of discussion if you could just tell us how Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk, that's the claim that's been made By
I
turning
just gave you demonstrable evidence that was introduced at the preliminary hearing of text messages, which were taken from Tyler's phone, where he admitted to the entirety of the crime. Stu,
Did Tyler
all of
Robinson
it.
write those messages?
Yes,
How do you know that?
because the chain of custody of his phone he had in his pocket when he came in.
His phone was taken from him immediately, and then a confession was disseminated on Discord.
So do you
servers.
think
How
that
does
the
happen?
That's not accurate. I want to point that out. That's not actually accurate. What Stu Peters just said. TMF Squid says, why does it matter if people who aren't working for or with the state that is prosecuting Tyler believe the state's accusations? They aren't holding any power relevant to the case. I don't think you know how strong the Jews are. Bitter Sweetheart, what's up? Says hi, Rackets in chat. Hello to you as well. Optimistic Realizer says, yeah, let's just ignore the physics of the matter and say a confession proves everything. The physics are not really in question here. Like, I know a bunch of people have shown ballistic gel, which is not an adequate representation of a human body. A ballistic gel torso does not have sufficient density or elasticity to replicate what happens with human skin alone. Human skin, 3 to 4 millimeters of human skin requires 3 to 4 inches of ballistics gel. I don't know what you know about a neck. I have a little tiny neck, so I only have like a 1-inch thick neck or whatever. But Charlie was a little beefier. Charlie has a neck that is not 8 inches thick. Well, that doesn't even matter at all. He has skin here and skin back here, okay? To have anywhere close to comparable ballistics gel, you would need, because there are 2, you would need roughly 8 inches of ballistics gel, and that's ignoring everything in between. It's ignoring hydrostatic pressure. It's ignoring everything. If you are looking at less than 10 inches of ballistics gel, you are not looking accurately at the stopping power of human skin. You're just not. I don't know how else to explain this. All the YouTube ballistics experts get the like torso ballistics gel up and they're like, this proves whatever. It doesn't. It's not even close. And the state in their document have, they give us some more clues from the autopsy, which definitely didn't happen or whatever. And we'll eventually get the full, more access to the medical reports testament when the medical examiner testifies about it. But it's pretty well documented at what happened with the bullet. But that being said, yeah, I'm not saying the confession proves everything. So let's back up a second. What I said is juries convict on one admission, and here there are like 5. All the time, juries convict on one admission, even when the rest of the case doesn't add up. I didn't say that was proper. I didn't say that whatever. I'm just saying what happens. It happens all the time. There's this great Frontline documentary about this rape of this one woman. They convicted 4 guys for the rape of this woman, maybe 5. It was either 4 or 5 guys for the rape of this woman. Some of those guys are documented to be on a Navy battleship offshore. Like, they could not have done it, but they were bullied and badgered by this bad cop who was, by the way, convicted for eliciting false confessions through improper tactics. They were low IQ guys that got bullied into confessing to something they could not possibly have done. Still convicted. You know why? Because they confessed. They confessed, and juries go, if someone tells me they did something, I believe them. It's a great documentary on this very specific phenomenon that happens all the time. I'm not saying it proves anything. All I said is that will convict Tyler Robinson, even if other parts of the narrative don't. The defense has to find a way to try and keep those statements away from the jury. They will fail at it, but that's their primary goal, because those statements before the jury will convict him. Doesn't mean he did it or didn't do it. It doesn't matter. Like, again, we will never know. I wasn't there. I'm not any of these people, etc. We will never know exactly what happened. What court's purpose is to take a finder of fact through the trial. And that finder of fact is to establish legally what happened factually. Now, that doesn't mean that's what happened. It just means that that's what's established legally, and apply the law to it. That's the task of a jury trial or a bench trial. The trier of fact is to establish the legally recognized factual record and then apply that to the law. And in this case, the admission alone will be sufficient to convict him, because that's how juries act. I'm not saying like that there's any more to it than that's just what juries do. We the Rabble says, I'll actually jump on the train of 30-06 not going through at sub 200 yards as highly suspect. That's fine. You can jump on that train all day. The medical examiner pulled a 30 caliber round, well, fragments of a 30 caliber round out of Charlie Kirk, and a portion of it seems to have made contact with the spine. It obliterated the spine, it obliterated the spinal cord, et cetera, and fragmented out. There's more to it. If we get to the document, we'll read it. But I don't care if you believe it or not. Again, an expert is going to sit there and testify that this is what happened. The medical examiner is going to testify that these are the things that she pulled out of Charlie Kirk's neck and where and how. She's going to testify about a 30-06 round that is made to mushroom and fragment like the Remington core-locked ammunition. And they're going to testify about what they found in there. And the defense has all of the medical examiner's information, including all the photos. One of the problems the defense is going to have is that there isn't another entry wound, there isn't another exit wound, and there isn't an explanation for how that bullet got in there in the way that it did. Does that mean you have to believe me? No, I don't care. I'm just telling you what will happen at trial. They will. The only thing that matters for Tyler Robinson is what the jury believes, and the jury is going to hear an expert testify to that. And if you come in here with come in there with like a palm gun theory or a second shooter or whatever, you better fucking be able to explain how a 30 caliber round got into him and it wasn't Tyler. You're going to have to somehow show that happened in a different way. No, it's not the burden of the defense to do it. I know, but the juries want a credible alternative explanation. They don't just want doubt. Well, it could have been something else. Yeah, it could have been something else. A micrometeor could have hit him in the neck. I don't know. But it looks like a bullet because that's what they pulled out of him. And that's going to be the biggest problem. Again, it doesn't matter what anybody believes other than the jury. And I'm telling you how juries react to stuff. And a ballistics expert and a medical examiner saying, yeah, I pulled a 30 caliber round and fragments out of Charlie Kirk, out of his neck. Here's where they went. I traced the paths of the different fragments and the massive amount of tissue damage it did. By the way, we know now that there was hemorrhaging in the brain. There's hemorrhaging in the lungs and the heart, which is pretty consistent with the kinetic energy transfer that happens when a bullet hits a body. Like all that force has to go somewhere. So it ripples through the body, causes internal hematomas and hemorrhaging. And that's all consistent. That's all there. It's all in the medical examiner's report. So Coding ATC says, I had the fun of being a parent, spending an hour discussing friend drama. This is a great example of when you debate a vapid moron, you cannot help but look like a moron yourself. Talking about Andrew Wilson, of course. Team F Squid says, for all the people who don't know, ballistics gel is used to energy transfer between different types of rounds and caliber. It is not used to demonstrate damage to real flesh. Correct. It can't. It cannot do it. It can't show how a bullet travels through real human tissue. people are mistaken because, there's popular shows like Forged in Fire and stuff like that, that they get a ballistics gel dummy with viscera and organs and a bone, like a bone structure in there. And people are like, you see it and you go, oh, this is how Thing would react when coming into contact with human tissue. And they know that ballistics gel in some ways is similar to human tissue in some ways, but you have to know its limitations. Skin is highly elastic and resistant to things like puncture, etc. That's why skin tends to require 3 to 4 inches of ballistics gel. And the back end, where an exit wound would be, is even harder because a ton of energy is transferred into the skin at impact. It ripples throughout the body, and then it causes damage as it goes through. And the back of skin has that elasticity as well. And it acts often as a net, and it can like catch bullets near the skin where there would be an exit wound otherwise. If it makes contact with bone, if it fragments, those things all contribute to massive energy loss by the projectile. Anything other than forward is energy loss. Does a 30-06 often leave an exit wound? Yes. Does it always leave an exit wound? No. There's a shitload of literature about 30-06 not leaving an exit wound for medical examiners and ballistics experts to review. I don't know how else to say it. Team F Squid says, compare energy transfer on my last super. Yeah, I think I kind of covered that. Asterisk says, eagerly awaiting the conspiracy theories of tornadoes being fake too, since they couldn't possibly sometimes drop family photos unharmed miles away. There we go. Okay, back to this.
Cops, you think that the cops sent them to themselves?
I have no idea.
Yeah, right.
I'm asking you if you have any evidence that
That is
suggests
evidence.
that Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk.
Are you saying that those text messages aren't evidence of Tyler Robinson murdering Charlie Kirk?
I have no idea if those messages belong to Tyler Robinson or not. Do you have any other evidence?
Yes. They pulled the data off the phone. They pulled his Google as well. They pulled his Google data.
There's no evidence.
Yes, there is
suggests
evidence
that Tyler Robinson.
And not only is there
evidence,
I
any
just
other
gave you
evidence other than
Now, Stu Peters just said something interesting there. He said there's no evidence that Tyler Robinson absolutely wrote those messages. That's not what evidence is. You don't have evidence of absolute anything. Evidence is just, and I think people misunderstand this, and I think this leads to some of these problems. Evidence is just information which makes a fact more or less likely to be true. That's evidence. That's it. That's probative value. Probative value is what allows something into court or not. And it has to be relevant, has to have probative value to a factual matter to be resolved by the court. But it's just evidence. Stu doesn't seem to understand what evidence is. He believes that evidence is proof, but it isn't.
Maybe Brian Koberger will volunteer to replace ballistics gel since he wants to withdraw his plea and face the firing squad. That way he can feel important.
That's an interesting one. Absolutely. We the Rebel says, if you just plug your ears and go la la la, you too can have no evidence. And then My Spirit to Yours says, if there was any validity to the conspiracy evidence podcasters keep claiming, wouldn't his defense have presented it at the preliminary hearing? Yes and no. Some of it, yes. But the defense would only present that which could conclusively show a factual thing to be impossible. And there's not a lot to do that so far. But some of the stuff that they've asserted would qualify, and the defense hasn't used it. But that doesn't tell us everything. Probable cause, the defense knows that probable cause was going to happen in this case. They can sit and do the hearing. They can challenge it, because if you win, you win. And you challenge it and you look for a procedural error, you look for some sort of violation that prejudices your client, and you move for a mistrial maybe, or dismissal. Sure. but they knew they were going to lose probable cause. They knew they, trust me, the defense knew that they were not winning that hearing. They still know that they're not winning that hearing, but it's their job to try.
Text messages? Is that what
That's
we're
the
putting the whole
bro.
murder case
That is.
on?
I don't
It's a
even
death penalty
think
case.
that I would need to go beyond a text message confession. Besides the fact that what the hell would you even need to go past? Then I texted my boyfriend that I murdered this guy.
Well, how
and
about
told
this?
him how I did it.
How about the fact that we were told that Tyler Robinson confessed to his dad, confessed to his mom, confessed to a minister, confessed to a U.S. Marshal, confessed to a sheriff?
Yeah.
So in a preliminary hearing, which
I didn't
is
see
the
that
equivalent
introduced.
which is the equivalent of a grand jury, why would they not call any of those witnesses?
A preliminary hearing is not in any way akin to a grand jury. He says it's an equivalent of a grand jury. It is not. Not at all. Nope. Not the same. Not even fucking close.
To say,
Because they didn't need to.
my son confessed that he Charlie
Because
Kirk.
they didn't need to.
They are to provide their most damning evidence during
They're
a
not.
preliminary
That's not the
hearing.
most damning evidence. The most damning
What
evidence
is? The video that
text
Jack Posobiec
messages.
saw?
No, the text messages.
But again, they do not have to present their most damning evidence. See, they just have to present evidence sufficient for probable cause. And if you guys know, okay, so criminal burden is beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Somewhere down here is clear and convincing evidence. And then there's civil burden, which is preponderance of the evidence. 51%, right? It is more likely than not to be true. That's a civil burden. Criminal burden's much higher. Probable cause is below the civil burden. It's below the civil burden. It's not even 51% because, again, all inferences in all favorable readings go to the state for probable cause. So it's even lower than 51%. I don't know where to put it on the spectrum, but it's lower than 51%. It is a very low threshold for probable cause. And people don't have to like that. I don't really like it that much. It was used on me. I don't approve of it. It just is what the system is. And a recitation of what the reality of the system is isn't an endorsement of it. We the Rabble says reasonable doubt equals someone else could have done it. Kind of. Juries tend to want you to be able to articulate who else could have done it and how. When that's your claim. It's not required, but juries like it that way. Here we go.
The CO people just can't wrap their heads around one lover killing a person to protect said lover's mental state and possible life. Remember all the leftist propaganda around wiping out the T's.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like, I despise a lot of people politically. I think their ideas are trash or whatever. I wouldn't shoot someone over it, but some people do.
Damn you, a retard. They did cows and Jill and the closest thing to human, not actual human. Mullet got shot in jaw and exit wound into neck. And family sued FBI. James Earl Ray was a patsy.
Say what you want about MLK. I don't care. Like, that's not Charlie Kirk. It's not Charlie Kirk. That being said, a cow is not a person. They also are shooting a dead cow. Dead cows are definitely not people. Completely useless to shoot a dead, often eviscerated and drained animal. You have so much difference going on there that those tests do not matter. They're not close to a human at all. I'm sorry. I don't know what anybody has told you or anybody else about this, but if you are shooting a cow or a pig or whatever, you say, this is like shooting a human. If that thing is dead, it automatically is not. It's automatically different right there. If it becomes much more different if it's eviscerated, if it's drained of fluid, stuff like that. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry that that is the case. It just is. I don't know what else to say. By the way, I do know what to say here. Good Logic has rated the stream. What up to my man, Joe? Welcome to those of you who have been sent here against your will by Joe. We will, of course, lovingly embrace you.
Andrew defined evidence, probable cause, and proof before the debate, and this Stu Pidmuff will keep getting the words wrong.
Well, some people do that. And Rita Castillo, being a broette in the chat, says, let's get the thumbs up for Pinchy Nick. Thank you, Rita. I hope you're doing well today. Here we go.
Message confessions, most damning evidence.
Well, then
and the
why
fact
would
that they were
Jack
able to pull
Posobiec
the
and
data
Benny
off
Johnson
of it.
come out and say that they saw a video. It's case closed. It's open and shut.
Yeah, both
They
of those
saw a
guys were
video.
wrong. In fact, the
They
second
were
they
wrong.
said that,
You mean they lied? You
I
mean
told
they
them.
lied?
I told both those guys that was stupid to do.
There's
what the
a
hell's wrong
difference
with you?
between wrong and lying.
Well, what
One
Kai
team,
Schwimmer
one side
said,
of our conversation today, the
Yeah,
side
I'll
that
answer.
you're supporting is filled with liars. The side that that I'm here representing is filled with people who don't believe the liars.
Okay, great. They
So
don't
they're
believe the
looking for
liars,
other
huh?
theories.
Would you
There- I
say
mean,
that a
there's
liar?
people talking about fold ARs,
Okay.
and there's people
Yeah.
talking about trapdoors and
And they're
magnetic
talking
force fields
about-
and drone
yeah.
swarms and everything
Mics
else.
exploding.
Microphone. Yeah, all of that.
You
None of that would be considered if we weren't
You.
talking about a group of people who have continuously been caught lying,
great.
including something that they saw in a courtroom, which in my opinion should
Great.
be against the law. Jack Posobiec, in my opinion, should be arrested for that.
Great. He should be arrested for it. In what way, though, does this in any way provide for your theories that Andrew Colvett and Erica Kirk were at Fort T'Chaka, which you've said on stream hundreds of times? You said that there's a 100% link to Andrew Colvett and Fort T'Chaka. You've said this so many times, Stu, and now
Andrew, are
when
you
you're in
telling
front
me
of the
that
world,
you don't
when you're in
have
front of the
anything
world,
here?
you won't
You're
say
in
a
front of
word.
the world. You've been running your mouth about how Tyler Robinson,
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk.
No. All I've said is that the evidence supports that he did.
Everybody at Turning Point, from Blake Neff to Andrew
I'm not
Coleman
at
to
Turning
Tyler
Point.
Boyer and Erica Kirk, that's
Right.
who I want to debate.
That's
You were
nice.
out- you were
Can
out
you
shilling
tell
for
me
them,
how
saying, well,
Andrew
I'll debate you. So
Can
here I
you
am.
tell me how
asking
Andrew
you to
was
show me the evidence
Andrew
of Tyler Robinson
Colvett
killing Charlie Kirk.
was Andrew Colvett at
My frustration with Andrew here is he's hung up on this Andrew Colvett being at Fort T'Chaka or whatever. I don't know why he's hung up on this claim. I'm not into like all the external drama and shit. My question is like, I don't know what this has to do with Tyler Robinson shooting Charlie Kirk. I don't know what that is. So I wish he wasn't focused on this because I don't think it's really relevant.
Fort T'Chaka. Or not, Stu.
I'm not here to talk about
I'm
Andrew
not here to
Colvett
answer any of your
and
questions.
Fort Huachuca.
I'm not here to answer any of your
We're
questions.
here to
Andrew.
discuss whether or not Tyler Robinson
All right, how about
killed
this?
Charlie
Do you
Kirk. He's on
believe-
trial for his life.
Well, look.
It's the first thing I agree with Stu on. That's what they're here for, not the other stuff, which I think is a distraction for Andrew. Don't get me wrong. I think Andrew's winning this debate in general, but it is a distraction. He keeps going back to it. It's pointless.
Part of that is going
He's
to
on
be the
trial for his
elimination
life
of
while
other
Erica
things.
Kirk is crying and saying she forgives him, and while Jack Posobiec and while Andrew Colvett are saying, and Benny Johnson and Officer Tatum go into a preliminary hearing where for the first day there's no camera allowed, the same guys that were in the Epstein Phase 1 Binder Gate crew, and they came out and they said, we just saw a video. I saw it with my own eyes.
Okay.
Quote, you see Tyler Robinson pulling the trigger.
So what?
Well,
So what?
it's another lie. There has
Yeah,
been
how does that prove
nothing
your
but
theories, though, Stu?
Lies when even telling the truth would.
So these are, and again, we're at specious reasoning here. He says, well, they said this about one thing, but that thing has nothing to do with what happened. That thing is about the discussion about what happened, what's happening in the courtroom, but it has nothing to do with Tyler Robinson, because Jack Posobiec and other people aren't prosecuting the claims. Also, I gotta say, we don't actually know what they saw in court. Candace has claimed it's this video that she put out or whatever. Other people have said similar things. We don't know in any capacity better than we did before. And that's where a lot of this breaks. I don't believe it because this, and it's like, but if you apply that to your other claims, it should make you disbelieve your own claims. Now, I don't know what they saw in court. Andrew is right that what does this have to do with the actual killing? Nothing. It doesn't change the evidence. It changes the propaganda around it. Can you be critical of people for propagandizing something and lying about it? Sure, I guess. But what does that have to do with the state? The state didn't claim it. We the Rabble says, when you're a conspiracy theorist, evidence is lies and imagination is proof. Kind of. And then real quickly, we've got Dalamar.
Look into the Zizians, which are anti-death cult and have been linked to multi-deaths throughout the U.S. Parents, randoms, border patrol officer. Not linking them to Tyler, but they exist.
Thanks, Cody.
Suit them better. Lying about alibis, lying about the dates when they were
How does this
somewhere, lying about
support
drinking,
any of
lying
your,
about
I'm going to grant
dating.
it, bro. I'm going to grant it. They're all a bunch of fucking liars. How does this support
Okay.
any of your theories?
There could be 6 million theories.
I'm asking you about yours, Stu.
I'm
asking about
you
yours,
joke in there?
Stu.
The difference is, in one of them, a man is on trial for his life, Andrew.
If
and
you held
these
the
are the people
same-
you're out here shilling for. You're
Yeah,
paid
Stu,
by these
if
guys
you,
to do
I'm not
this.
paid by them. Great, you're just lying again. So it's great, Stu. Start with this. Let's just start with this. This is really simple.
Did you take money from Turning Point,
Do
Andrew?
you to
Stop
teach a
lying
debate
about
course
that.
for one
You're
day?
trying once again to displace further.
I literally trained a debate course for one day, which I do all across the world for people.
You've been
Stu.
paid by Turning Point.
So
you were
was
paid by
Candace
Turning
Owens.
Point,
Candace
Erica
Owens
Kirk
was paid. Candace Owens was paid by Turning Point. What have we established?
I'll just say, I
Stu?
think Candace Owens could be Charlie Kirk's only real friend.
Yeah. But
That is such a wild claim. It is such a wild claim. Because right now, Candace Owens is defending the most likely person to have killed Charlie Kirk. She's defending him over and over and over. It's like Candace Owens is Charlie's only real friend. Like, what on earth are you talking about?
she was paid by Turning Point a lot more than I was.
Hey, what's up,
So
Joe?
that aside, here's what's really funny too, Stu.
Candace Owens
If we're
isn't
trying,
cheering for
if
Tyler
we're trying
Robinson be
to
put down
eliminate,
like a dog for a
if
crime.
we're,
that he
Hold on, let's
very
try not to
obviously
interrupt.
did.
Let's
If
try
we
not to
started-
interrupt. It's getting from both
okay,
sides.
okay. Well, let me
Yeah,
try.
okay,
Let me
well,
try.
isn't
How
this
about
fun?
just 1 minute back and forth?
Okay,
1 minute.
sure. Candace
All right,
Owens,
so we'll make it
Candace
easy.
Owens is not demanding that a man be put to death for a crime that he is alleged to have committed in which no evidence can connect him to committing that crime. That is what Erica Kirk is doing. Erica Kirk is the billionaire leader of Turning Point USA, the CEO of Turning Point.
Erica Kirk isn't a billionaire. Let's just put that out there. That's an interesting claim.
USA. She is saying she forgives this man, Jack Posobiec, a Turning Point paid shill. He's at Charlie's desk all the time. They are saying they saw a video. They did not see a video. That makes them liars. This man is on trial for.
They did see a video. So this is an interesting thing that Stu does here. They did see a video. You can dispute their description of the video, but they absolutely did see a video. In fact, Candace allegedly released the video that they saw. Other people who disagree with them about the nature of the video, the 4K clarity, etc., all say that they saw the video. So what a weird fucking thing to do here.
His life. I would like to know what evidence you have that makes you believe that you can run around saying that it's open and shut, that it's cut and dry, and that Tyler Robinson.
The admissions, he says he did it. Why should I not believe Tyler Robinson?
Charlie Kirk.
Well, first of all, I never said it's cut and dry and it's open and shut. What I've said is that the evidence
That's what Jack
supports.
Posobiec and
Well, let's do
Stop,
1 minute.
stop,
Let's
bro.
do 1 minute back and forth.
You're
It's-
debating Andrew Wilson, not Jack.
Well, let's do 1 minute, Andrew.
Take
You
your
got
issues. Take your issues up with Jack Prosobic then. With Andrew Wilson, you have to contend with my actual
they won't
worldview.
be.
You can't talk, Stu. I gave you a minute uninterrupted.
We the Rebel says, why does Turning Point USA want this specific kid tried? What did he do to upset Turning Point USA or BB? I guess you mean like Benjamin Netanyahu, that one. It's not up to them at all.
Let's do 1 minute back and forth.
So here's the thing that's really funny. I'm just going to grant all of this. They're all a bunch of filthy liars. Those lying, always lying about lying, and then they lie on top of those lies. Great. How does any of this establish any of your theories? How does any of this disprove that Tyler Robinson fired that shot? How is it that when we have text message evidence and DNA and we have bullet fragments all pulled out and we have a medical examiner claiming he was shot, you run out there and say that he was killed by a microphone? You claim Andrew Colvett was sitting in Fort Tuchanka. You've made this claim many, many times. You say Erica Kirk is as well. Are you the liar, Stu? Because if you're not the liar, then look me dead in the eye and say that they were there or they weren't. But don't lie to me, man, and I won't lie to you.
Stu, you got a minute.
It's not incumbent upon anybody that's investigating the death of Charlie Kirk to prove that their theory is right. It is incumbent upon the people who are trying to hang a man, to kill him, to gas him, to shoot him, to put a needle in his arm, put him in a chair.
All that, he's
It is
Rasputin
incumbent
now?
upon the state. It's incumbent upon these people who have this man on trial to prove why it's an open and shut case. There is no evidence that links
Hey, Andrew.
the shooting death of Charlie Kirk. You know, you
I like how Sneeko is policing Andrew on the interruptions in the time, but he says nothing to Stu Peters as the guy tramples all over Andrew's time constantly. It's kind of funny. I like it. Like good trolling, I guess.
If that type of propaganda, discussions, targeting of enemies is flowing out through the T's Discord servers, Telegram, forums, etc., convincing a young male to take matters into his own hands is easy.
The T's, you mean the transes? Is that what that is?
Slow down, Nick. It one step at a time. Only thing they have is found a rifle. Does that prove anything? Was it fired? Any evidence rifle was on roof. Benny lied about video. Did we see screwdriver?
Okay. Was the rifle fired? It appears to have been fired. There is a spent shell casing inside the rifle that was there. That appears to have happened. His DNA is all over the rifle. Was there evidence that the rifle was on the roof? Yes. There's video of him climbing down from the roof with something in his hand wrapped in a towel. And that thing was the rifle that was recovered from the bushes. You could say it's something else, sure. But based on what? What do you think it was? And I know the video of the guy jumping off the roof is definitely not Tyler Robinson for some reason. It's someone else that we have no information about. No trail of video showing how he got up on the roof or what happened afterwards. Nothing. We have a lot of stuff that makes it look like that guy is Tyler Robinson. And this is one of the common hallmarks that I've been talking about recently is people want to look at each piece of evidence as if it's in a vacuum and exists absent any other context or any other evidence. But that's not how it works. There's a whole bunch of evidence that puts Tyler Robinson on that roof. Now, you can disagree with any part of it. That's sure, that's just fine. You can disagree with all of it. I don't care. But you're going to have to eventually explain to a jury somehow, because this is what they'll want, not because it's your legal burden. The hard thing with jury trials is like we say these things beyond a reasonable doubt, etc. That is kind of not real. All right, let's be honest. It's kind of not real. I mean, you can educate the jury on reasonable doubt, etc. A lot of people are convicted on less than beyond a reasonable doubt. They are all the time. It happens. It's not a perfect system. Once you get to trial, what you're actually dealing with is just general persuasion. This person did it and they should be convicted. beyond a reasonable doubt. You can make that argument, but that's all argument. There's no objective standard for it. There's no way to say this is beyond a reasonable doubt and this is not. Because what doubt exists and what doubt is reasonable changes constantly. Changes based on location, changes based on cultural norms, it changes based on Supreme Court rulings, it changes based on the conditions of the specific case. There's nothing's ever the exact same. So it's all made by analogy and argument. And so it's really persuasive. Question is, are you persuading a jury? So while the defense may not be burdened legally with providing an alternative theory, if you want to say that's not Tyler Robinson on the roof, and you're telling that to a jury, you better tell that jury who the fuck is on the roof because they want to know. And if you can't do that, say, well, we actually have no evidence that it was anybody else. We just know it wasn't him. The jury goes, all right, I'm going to believe the evidence that it was him over the conjecture that it's someone else that we can't come anywhere close to proving. That's not my opinion, man. It's how juries behave consistently over and over again, all the time. If you're going to claim that the state's theory is incorrect, then you have to show some plausible explanation as to what is correct for the persuasive argument to the jury, not because of a legal burden or requirement or anything else. You just are going to have to do it. In the same way that a defendant in a self-defense case doesn't have to speak on their own behalf. But if you say self-defense and don't take the stand and explain why you needed to defend yourself, a lot of times juries convict. That's how it goes. And this isn't my choice. Just trying to tell you what happens. Nazar says, Candace cares so much that she doesn't help with Tyler's defense of an innocent man. Candace is pretending to be a turtle boy. TMF Squid says, I want to know how Erica Kirk being Christian and forgiving someone and a journalist lying means that the state got it wrong. You will never find that out. We the Rebel says, imagine if Chauvin had this kind of conspiracy.
Mentioned confessions. Nobody knows who wrote them. You mentioned DNA. Lance Twiggs' DNA is on it too. This guy's only been talked to twice by the feds and got immunity.
Is actually incorrect. And this is something that is misstated. Andrea Burkhart pointed this out earlier on Twitter. Lance Twiggs' DNA is not on the firearm. Lance Twiggs' DNA is on the towel and the screwdriver. It is not on the firearm. There was initial confusion about that. People believe that Lance Twiggs' DNA was also on the firearm. So some people believe that Lance Twiggs is a plausible alternative murderer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's no supporting evidence to put Lance Twiggs at that campus. There's tons to put Tyler Robinson at the campus. But even aside from that, Lance Twiggs' DNA is not on the gun. That's a misunderstanding that people have.
He's just as much connected by way of DNA as Tyler Robinson is, but nobody's calling for him to be put on trial for his life. So why Tyler Robinson? Why this patsy? They are demanding, she's forgiving, it's open and shut, it's case closed. I saw the video, it's 4K. You see him taking the shot. It's incumbent upon these people to prove the guilt of Tyler Robinson.
Andrew,
it's not incumbent
you got a minute, Andrew.
But it's not incumbent upon you people. It's
but
not
when you ask
hold on.
It's my turn, Stu. It's my turn.
Hold on. Andrew, go ahead a minute.
I just let you go. I didn't.
Go ahead, Andrew. Starting out. Go.
This is why I hate internet debates, by the way. It's my turn to talk. It's my turn. You just yell and call him a faggot. That's what everybody wants to do anyway. Just do that. I hate all the moderated stuff. I hate it.
So anyway, it's not incumbent upon you people to disprove anything either. The problem is that if you go about your day trying to disprove everything that the state says, and then you have alternative theories, you do have to prove those. Yes, you do, Stu. You can't say, well, I have a ton of alternative theories, which helps clear this guy. I have a bunch of alternative theories which will assist in helping to clear this guy, right? I'm trying to disprove it, but I'm not going to stand behind any of them. I'm not going to actually tell you what they are. I refuse to actually dive into my own worldview on this when I'm trying to disprove. By the way, if you held the same...
Because like we're only 25 minutes into this bad boy. There's another 40 minutes left, and I can't take it. I can't take it. Because it's maddening. It's maddening on both sides. But Stu's dodge of everything is really fucking annoying.
Rigorous standards that you hold for the evidence requirement that you have for Tyler Robinson to be guilty for your own. You would never believe your own. You would never believe your own theories if you applied the exact same evidentiary standard that you apply for Tyler Robinson to the...
Morgana says, you do not have a single face shot of Tyler that even Lance can identify. But his parents could. And actually, I'm pretty sure that Lance said that looks like him to, I think, 2 different photos or stills or whatever. His own lover. Whether he's the lover or not, he does say I love you and stuff in the text, and he says my like my sweet, my dearest, or whatever. But it doesn't matter if he's a lover or not, or if those are just whatever pet language they have between each other. They're just homies and do bro jobs or whatever. Like, who cares? The car they say is his has a different exhaust. Well, again, we have to take a little pause on that, because in one photo, the exhaust might be different. I'm willing to give you that. But not in all of them. Like, not all of them are photos of the exhaust or whatever. Could there have been another gray Challenger there with some different features, but looks kind of similar? Sure. Yeah. What does that change about the shooting? What does it change about the shooting? TMF Squid says Lance DNA on a towel. Does that mean Tyler brought the cum rag to the thing? It kind of looks like it. Kind of looks like it. The reality is, if you live with someone, common household items like towels, tools, kitchen utensils, clothes, all that stuff, everybody's DNA is on everything. Everybody's DNA is on everything. But it's funnier if it's just a bunch of semen.
Things that you profess on your channel as being true. How is that possible, Stu? When you say there's no burden on me to prove, you do have to prove your claims, especially if those claims, you're focusing on them to say that you're disproving what the state's case is. I have tons of evidence. I have text message evidence. I have DNA. I have
all right, Andrew, that's
fragments.
good.
So when you speak to the tons of evidence that you have, first of all, I already explained the DNA. Lance Twiggs is equally connected to the murder of Charlie Kirk as Tyler Robinson.
He's not. Again, this is entirely incorrect. There is some DNA connection of Lance Twiggs to the murder of Charlie Kirk. Some, because his DNA is on the towel and the screwdriver. That's it. Tyler Robinson has much more DNA connection on the rifle. Actually, Tyler Robinson's DNA connection to the rifle is stronger than anybody's. Some people are misunderstanding because they don't understand exactly how DNA evidence works. They misunderstand because they said that Tyler Robinson's DNA was the most degraded in some spot. That doesn't mean that it's the least likely. People misunderstand that. And again, DNA evidence is why it's presented by an expert generally, and will be at trial presented by an expert, even though at probable cause, they're just using reliable hearsay to get it in. It being the most degraded is irrelevant to its likelihood of being someone. Tyler Robinson's DNA is all over that gun. I don't believe Lance's DNA is on the gun at all. Again, that was a misunderstanding people had. His DNA is on the towel and the screwdriver. That's it. They're not equally connected. It's not even close.
Robinson is when you want to talk about DNA. The guy was already in custody when Discord messages are being sent.
Not true.
There was no
That's a
confession. They
misunderstanding
said
of
that
the
he
timeline.
confessed. There is no confession. So, like, all of these things, they leave a whole lot of questions about Tyler Robinson. There is no definitive evidence. That's why you can't come here and defend that position. You have to instead start talking about, 6 million different theories that people are looking into, because when you ask,
I love that he says 6 million because he's got to do the Jew thing every time. Morgana says Lance was taking a nap off work that day. Try again. Not what evidence do you have that Lance could have maybe gone to the school or whatever. What evidence do you have that Lance was at the school? There's none. There just isn't. They have not presented any evidence. The investigation did not turn up evidence that Lance was at the school. Lance was presumably at home hours away. We don't know that, but it doesn't matter. What matters is, was Lance at the school? It's almost impossible to prove a negative, but there's no evidence that he was at the school at all. Unless you want to say that his DNA on a towel and his DNA on a screwdriver is evidence that he was at the school. Okay, I guess. But because those were found at the school, but nothing else supports it. There's a bunch of other stuff that supports Tyler Robinson. Again, the video, the car. There's no flock cameras. 200 Watt Studio says, is it true that Candy wants Tyler's assault weapon? I have heard that. I haven't heard that. That's not
Kirk, well, were you on Fort Huachuca? What does she do? She lies. She conspires with Andrew Colvett to produce a fake alibi for the wrong day with somebody else's kids.
Straight out Innsmouth says, how is the Discord timeline correct? I thought he was Mirandized at Washington County PD at 6:27 p.m. and the Discord message was allegedly posted at 8:25 p.m. That is not the correct timeline. I believe the statement about when he goes into the when he arrived was sometime after 8:30 p.m. Maybe even as late as like 10:30 p.m. I'm not sure. That one's a little confused, but it was not 6:27 p.m. Cool Boy says, why did Israel kill Nicole Brown Simpson? Well, we all know why that happened.
And then hand them to some never heard of before Gary Melton Paramount Tactical YouTuber who literally outs that, yeah, it's confirmed Mitch Snow was on Fort Huachuca that day, and confirms that Andrew Colvett is his source feeding him information rather than just saying, well, yeah, I was on Fort Huachuca because my mom, Lori Franzfey, works there. Or, yeah, I was on Fort Huachuca bringing her a sandwich. Or I basically grew up on Fort Huachuca, so of course I was there.
That's a minute.
But instead she lies and produces a fake alibi.
Andrew, go ahead.
So
yeah,
when you're talking
okay,
about
my
asking
turn, Stu.
questions
Hang
and
on.
not getting answers, these are the people who need to be answering the questions, but they're cowards and they won't come out here and debate, so they sent you.
But they do.
Here's your evidence.
Andrew, go ahead. Andrew, go ahead. You got a minute.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Charlie Kirk.
They do.
Andrew,
They
go ahead.
do
You got a
ask
minute.
you. They do ask you for your evidence, and I'm just as connected to this case as you are, which means not at all. Were you some great friend of Charlie? Are you somehow super connected to this in a way that I'm not? What gives you the right to represent a view against TPUSA, but not for me to represent a view on their behalf if I agree with them? What?
Okay, so represent.
How is
it that you
Now, see, he shouldn't have said that because he said represent them on their behalf if I agree with them, which Stu Peters will probably process as, oh, so you're paid to represent them, which is not what he said. Not what he said at all. Here we go.
If it was only Lance DNA, that would matter. Amount of DNA doesn't matter. If you touch a screwdriver for 1 sec, you might have less DNA. Who moved the screwdriver?
Tyler. I don't know why this is a question. Who moved the screwdriver? Tyler. Tyler moved the screwdriver. But if the screwdriver was in that house, Lance's DNA is probably going to be on it. Like, if he ever used it, it's possible that there would be a DNA transfer. The more you use it, the more likely there's a DNA transfer. But the question of who moved the screwdriver, Tyler did. Well, how do we know? Because Tyler, all the evidence that's been presented is that Tyler was the guy on the roof where the screwdriver was. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. If you believe that the screwdriver was retrieved from somewhere other than the roof, well, it wasn't. It was retrieved from the roof according to the prosecution's probable cause brief. But yeah, I don't know what else to say. The evidence is that Tyler Robinson went up to the roof, lay down with a gun, and fired it. And then got down from the roof with the gun and a towel or whatever, and dropped it off. Dropped the gun in the bushes or whatever, and then left. And went back to retrieve the gun later, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know what else you want. Like, that's the evidence right now. Could it have been someone else in theory? I guess. Who? Why? Could it have been Lance? Show me Lance at the school. That would change everything, right? Now, the defense has gone through, allegedly, hundreds and hundreds of hours of footage of all these school cameras. Do you think they're not looking for Lance? Do you think they're not looking for anybody? Like, of course they are. They would love to find any of this, but they haven't. They haven't found any of it. Oh, what do we got? 200 Watt Studio says lack of evidence that Lance was there just means they're hiding the evidence, obviously. Fletcher Boy says, Raggets, invite Joe to join the stream. Not tonight. I love Joe. I would rather have Joe join me on a planned night so we can get a full show out of him. I mean, we've already been going a while here.
Who touched it last dumb proves nothing. Cam went out. Hila showed no screwdriver. Was the gun planted?
What do you mean was the gun planted? No. Tyler Robinson had the gun. Tyler Robinson had the screwdriver. Tyler Robinson left the screwdriver on the roof. He climbed down from the roof with the gun in the cum towel and he dropped it off. He went back to get it later. By the way, like, transfer DNA doesn't really care about who touched it when. Transfer DNA, if you test for DNA and swab for it and you get multiple contributors, you can't tell who touched it when. You just know that both people have contributed DNA to the thing at some point. It's a limit of DNA testing. But who touched it last doesn't say, oh, well, there's, more or less DNA here or there. Who touched it last? Tyler Robinson, according to the surrounding contextualized evidence. If you want an alternative theory of who touched it last or who put it there, you're going to have to show something more to connect it, because right now the best evidence is Tyler Robinson. Does it mean it was him? No. In theory, it could have been anybody. It could have been you. Could have been me, right? Could have been Andrew Wilson. Could have been Jew Peters over here. We don't know exactly. So we have to go off the evidence that we have. The evidence surrounding all of this is that Tyler Robinson went up to the roof, lay down, shot the gun, left the screwdriver, dropped down with the gun in the towel and deposited it in the bushes. That's the evidence. That's there. There's no competing evidence-based theory. None. You can try and poke holes in various things, and that is fine to do. You can't say that it was someone else without, and this is what Andrew's entire claim with Stu is. He's like, you're saying it was someone else. Where is your evidence that it was? And just asking questions about what happened doesn't provide that answer to where is the evidence that what you believe happened did happen. Just because something could have happened doesn't mean it did, right? Like, I don't even know. Let's think. I could be eating ramen right now, but I'm not.
Hey, hold on.
My turn,
Let's do
Stu?
uninterrupted. Come
Yeah, chill out, Stu. What is
Come on,
it?
come on.
Well, how is it that you have some great authority as a questioner, but I have no great authority to question you
Simon Phoenix
with
says,
my own question?
it's a bullshit case. You don't know, Nick. I've said over and over, I don't know. I can't tell you what happened. What I can tell you is what evidence will be presented at trial, and I can give you my opinion on what juries will do with that. My opinion is that the evidence that will be presented at trial is similar but greater than the evidence that was presented at the preliminary hearing. And my opinion is that the evidence presented at the preliminary hearing alone is sufficient for a beyond a reasonable doubt jury verdict 10 times out of 10 on a murder case. I can't concern myself with what quote unquote really happened because that's not measurable. It's not observable. There's no rules around it. There's no predictability to it. There's nothing. It could be anything. Quantum physics allows for Abraham Lincoln to have shot Charlie Kirk, I guess. Right? Not really. But kind of, you know, you get what I'm saying. Like the realm of possibility is endless, but the realm of probability starts to narrow down pretty heavily. And the probability function, Tyler Robinson is probably the guy who did it. And he's almost assuredly going to be convicted. I know Candace Owens and Baron Coleman have said there's no way he gets convicted. He's going to walk, blah, 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 devastating evidence. They're wrong. They're wrong. Period. They're either lying or they're just incorrect, like for whatever reason. They are not correct. Right now, Tyler Robinson probably even gets the death penalty. But almost assured, like it's almost assuredly at this point, and this is how it's supposed to go, by the way. This is the expected outcome for a murder procedure, is that at this point, probable cause, we should be convinced that by the state that they did it. And a jury will absolutely be convinced by the state based on what they've provided that Tyler Robinson did it. Absolutely. Not a fucking shred of doubt in my mind. The defense has to come up with something that no one knows about and no one has seen, or some way to exclude the confessions and stuff like that from the jury. And right now, there's no way to do it.
But DNA doesn't prove he touched it last. So stop saying Tyler did it because it's his DNA. Moot point.
I didn't say that.
Amount of DNA doesn't matter.
Okay, I'm sorry. I specifically said it's not the DNA that says he touched it last. I said that Tyler Robinson has more of a DNA connection to the case than Lance does because Tyler Robinson's DNA is on the gun and Lance's isn't. That's that. But as for the touched it last thing, I said he touched it last because all of the evidence other than DNA points to Tyler Robinson bringing a screwdriver and leaving it on the roof where Tyler Robinson was. That's why, not because of DNA. I'm sorry for the confusion. Although I thought I had articulated that. It's everything else. Again, everything is in context of all of the other coexisting evidence. You can't look at it individually and say, this piece doesn't make sense, because it might make sense with other pieces. Straight out of Innsmouth says, question about the text. Shouldn't they have pulled the cell phone transcripts? I've never seen photos of text brought in as evidence. I believe they have pulled the phone transcripts also. I believe they have that, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. And by the way, if they don't, why? Great question on Cross, right? Wait, you have his cell phone. Didn't you do an extraction? Why didn't you, you didn't go to Verizon or T-Mobile or whatever. You didn't go to them and get a download of the text messages, did you? You can't even show that these were sent by him, etc. Great questions on Cross. Absolutely. If the state doesn't have it. if the state doesn't have it. The state probably does have it. If they did a Cellbrite extraction on his phone, they almost assuredly have it. BobTube, thank you for the sparkles. Really appreciate that. And then here we have Perdika says they talked about the Cellbrite data in pretrial. So there you go.
As my own form of questioner, questioning the questioners. Tell me where.
Friend of the show says, this editorial BS means nothing. You're spiraling. How am I spiraling? I'm correct. That's the rough part for everybody here. Well, not everybody. For some people. I'm correct on this. The people who don't want me to be correct on it or don't accept my correctness have a misunderstanding somewhere of what's been presented, of what's required, etc. And that's fine. Maybe they misunderstand what I'm saying, but I'm correct on this.
It is that you end up with this great authority and I don't? Why is it that you deserve to talk to these people, but I'm stuck talking with you instead of the people who profess most of this? You're stuck talking with me for the same reason I'm stuck talking with you.
You know what's crazy, friend of the show, is I have not said, trust me, bro. I've asserted my correctness, but I've also explained exactly why. The people who have alternative theories are actually asking you to trust them. Trust me, bro. I'm not telling you to trust me. I'm telling you what evidence has been presented and how it will likely be interpreted by juries based on how juries tend to act. And I'm telling you, the defense has a huge problem, and it's every one of those admissions. Those admissions, if those go to a jury, he's fucked.
You. It's because the people on your side are too cowardly, the ones who actually profess this stuff, to stand by any of their views. You yourself, sir, will not stand by your own views right this second. You ask me for evidence, I give you tons. By the way, with Tyler Robinson, there was way more Robinson DNA than Twigs. That's a lie. You say that these photos, you say that these photos,
testimony.
It's my turn to Stu.
Almost done. You got 10
photos?
seconds, Andrew. 10 seconds.
You say there's photos there that were wrong. That's a lie. You're just making up, Stu, because that's what you people do. You just make it up.
Go ahead, Stu.
What did I make up? What photos are you talking about that I made up?
You said that Eric.
Hey, Andrew.
He asked me. No, I don't care about the 1 minute, 1 minute. You make some claim like that. I want to know what the fuck you're talking about.
What photos are you claiming that Erica Kirk forged with kids that weren't hers? What?
Well, you know that picture with her finger over it. That was the alibi. I wasn't on Fort Huachuca.
Prove those weren't her kids.
Seen that. The entire
Prove those weren't her kids. Prove it. How do you know those weren't her kids?
I have seen the pictures of Charlie Kirk's kids.
That doesn't.
Everybody knows.
The faces are obstructed.
It was for the wrong day.
The faces are obstructed.
That's not an alibi. It's for a
By the way, it
completely
wasn't
different
for the
day.
wrong. How do you know it was for the wrong day?
And
How do you
actually,
know?
from what I understand, it's already been confirmed from Turning Point that one of those kids, in fact, wasn't her. So you guys can't even keep your story straight.
No.
From the shill to the Turning
Okay,
Point.
who confirmed it? Yeah, who confirmed it?
From what I have heard, somebody in Turning Point
from
has
what you
acknowledged.
heard.
Yes, somebody in
great.
Turning Point. And you can, maybe that's wrong. I don't know. But
Yeah,
I can see-
Steve, that's great.
Maybe
You
it's
heard
wrong.
it.
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, that's great. You heard it from somebody supposedly through the grapevine.
Andrew, even
This is great evidence, Stu.
regardless if that's true or not, she provided an alibi for the wrong day. She was using Andrew Colbert to provide that alibi to Gary Melton. At the same time, he accidentally outed Andrew Colbert.
This is such an irrelevant part of the discussion. It drives me nuts. Why are they focused on this stupid fort and like all this stuff? None of this matters to whether or not Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. Okay, let's take a pause on this. I'm going to pull up the defense motion. Shit. Where's that? Okay, hold on. Here we go. I'm pulling up the state's brief on. This is the state's brief on probable cause. All right. Here we go. This is. We're gonna take a break from that debate. I don't know if we're gonna go back to it or not right now.
Nick, but Fauci said COVID came from pangolins at a wet market. How many boosters did you take? You got free French fries for a booster. Or do you think Fauci lied? Is it possible it came a lab?
I think it definitely came from a lab. I didn't take that fucking vaccine. I'm not dumb. The moment government starts telling me I have to do something, I'm like, okay, I don't, nope. Don't trust you at all. So no, I never took the shot. I don't have any boosters. I did 0 things. I don't like fast-tracked vaccines. I'm not an anti-vax person in general, but I was anti that one. I'm anti the flu vaccine too. I think the flu vaccine is full of faggotry. I don't believe it. Every time I've ever taken a flu vaccine, I get the fucking flu. That thing can fist itself to death. No, thank you. That said, Fauci lying or not lying has nothing to do with whether the state attorney of Utah is lying or not lying, or not the county attorney that is prosecuting Tyler Robinson. Fauci is not involved in the Tyler Robinson prosecution. He's not in it. Maybe that's good. Maybe that's bad. I think Fauci should be put to death. I think Fauci should be put to death for what he did. And I absolutely believe Fauci, Biden lied. Trump may have lied on that one too. I don't know the extent of all that. Whatever. Like, because Trump was there like at the beginning of it, you know, but then it shifted to Biden and a lot of the policy decisions came through Biden. Whatever it was, I don't trust any of that shit. That has nothing to do with this case. And I don't necessarily trust the Utah police or the Utah prosecutor. However, getting back to it again, what will be presented at trial is this group of evidence. So we're about to take a look at some really interesting stuff. This will be presented at trial, and this will be sufficient to convict Tyler Robinson, absent something else coming along, which is possible. Possible. It's unlikely, though. But it is possible something else comes along and the defense is able to present it convincingly to a jury. Right now, things do not look good for our boy Tyler. All right, here we go. So this is the state of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. And we're going to read, about the first 6 pages and talk about them as we go. All right, here we go. After taking evidence at a 5-day preliminary hearing, this court acting as magistrate asked the parties to brief the matter. Introduction. This is likely as straightforward a bind-over decision as this court will ever see. This is not a propaganda statement. That's true. It's for probable cause. It's not even fucking close. After admitting to several friends, notice what they're leading with. The admissions. You know why they're leading with the admissions? 1, it's convincing to the court. 2, it's really convincing to juries. This is absolutely devastating to have. Like, you would never want to have a murder trial where you said, I did it, even as a joke. Because they will print that onto a transfer sticker, like a decal or whatever, and they'll put it on a big dildo and they will fuck you to death with it. You never want an admission, not a joking admission, nothing. They will ignore the fact that it was a joke. After admitting to several friends, including his roommate and romantic partner, that he assassinated Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University on September 10th, 2025, in front of approximately 3,000 eyewitnesses, defendant surrendered to law enforcement for that crime. These admissions, along with others, establish probable cause to support most of the elements of the charges. DNA testing, surveillance video, and eyewitness testimony buttress those elements and demonstrate probable cause to support the remaining elements. The court should bind defendant for trial over on all counts. And there you have it right there. Those admissions, that's enough for basically everything. But other than that, there's other things too. Facts. The shooting. So this is the factual record according to the state. This will be disputed by the defense, and it will not matter. It won't matter that the defense disputes it because, as stated before earlier in the stream, at probable cause, all factual disputes are resolved in favor of the state, and all favorable inferences are granted to the state. All right? That's how it goes because this is probable cause. So this, for the purpose of this motion, this factual record is correct unless the defense showed something to be absolutely impossible, which is really hard to do. Really hard to do. Even if you could show it to be almost certainly impossible, that almost means it gets resolved in favor of the state. So, on September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk and his organization, Turning Point USA, TPUSA, were holding an event in Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. This is trial day one, transcript of day one, at 36 minute or 36.6, 37.3, 65.4 through 19. So these are page numbers and then line numbers, 6 through 37, 4 through 19, etc. Several thousand people attended and filled the amphitheater located near the center of campus and west of the Lunacy building. And same thing, I'm not going to read off all these stamps. States Exhibits 1, 2, 6, 7, 8. After the event began, Mr. Kirk seated himself under a canopy tent positioned on the west side of the amphitheater below the Hall of Flags with an L. At approximately 12:23:28 p.m., an attendee standing directly in front of Mr. Kirk was questioning him when a gunshot rang out and a bullet struck the left side of Mr. Kirk's neck, killing him. The bullet's trajectory was front to back, slightly left to right, and downward. All right. So again, these are citations to where all of these facts were presented at the pretrial hearing. All right. The investigation. Now, you may have seen some people like Baron Coleman question whether an autopsy was even performed. How could it be? They only had 4 hours or whatever to do it, which is more than enough time for an autopsy. Now, in the case of Charlie Kirk, the autopsy isn't that difficult. You have on video what happened. Bullet, neck, fountain of blood. You know where to look for the cause of death really quickly. I know it could have been fentanyl or whatever, like George Floyd, but probably the fountaining of blood out of his main arteries in his neck. This helps guide the autopsy, but they still do a thorough examination, presumably. If they didn't, the defense will challenge it. The defense hasn't challenged it so far. They objected to it as hearsay because it wasn't presented by the medical examiner who did it. However, at pretrial, reliable hearsay is used. Medical examiner's reports do not have to be presented by an expert at pretrial. The medical examiner concluded the matter of death to be homicide. A forensic examination conducted by the ATF revealed that the bullet that killed Mr. Kirk was a .30 caliber class round. It created a, quote, complex entrance gunshot wound and fragmented in Mr. Kirk's neck. The bullet, or at least parts of it, sequentially perforated the anterior left side of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles, and the left side of the neck, and the left common carotid and left internal and external jugular veins. The bullets also obliterated the left side of the C2 to 7 vertebra and transected the cervical spinal cord. All right. So this is the left side of my neck, right? It goes in. It hits the left side of the vertebra. You have like, they're like a circle and they have like little wing tips or whatever. It hits the left side. So that doesn't mean it hit the little wingy part of the vertebrae. It means that it hit left of center of the vertebrae. There's a lot of spine there, left of center, a lot of vertebrae there. I don't know exactly where it hit. However, those C2 through 7, which is, I think, 5 vertebrae, right? It's 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6 vertebrae. Not Asian, don't do math. So you have 6 vertebrae being obliterated. It also transected the cervical spinal cord, which means it, kind of cut across and broke it, which they'll describe more detail in a second. The medical examiner observed that, quote, a significant portion of Mr. Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. I've seen some people online, including Baron Coleman, commenters, I'm not accusing him of this, commenters suggesting that the absence of the spinal cord, the traumatic absence, is somehow relevant. That where'd it go? It was obliterated by a bullet, which means it was turned into little pieces of flesh that are not of nerve or whatever, little pieces of viscera that are not readily identifiable. So a chunk of the spinal cord was missing because it was severed violently. And also, the energy transfer that happens would disperse those little parts around as well. All right, so back to this. Cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercostal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical, I don't know how to pronounce this word because I've only ever read it, hemorrhages and hematomas. So this is internal blood clots, basically, internal bruising, as well for the hematomas. So, and multiple disruptions of the thyroid, cricoid, and tracheal cartilages. These were likely caused by the shock wave expanding through the body. Hits the neck. All that energy transfer goes up and goes down, like out in a wave radiating from the point of impact. That causes a massive amount of internal trauma. Okay? These things are devastating to be hit with. The medical examiner also observed hemorrhaging around Mr. Kirk's heart, hemopericardium, both of his lungs, left and right hemothorax. That means there's blood outside your lung. And, the subarachnoid space around the cerebellar vermis and the parietal regions of Mr. Kirk's brain. So, back here. Because, again, that shock wave goes up and has to be absorbed by something. When the bullet struck Mr. Kirk, Officer Christopher Bagley of the UVU police was stationed on the south end of the walkway roof of the Hall of Flags with an L above Mr. Kirk's canopy. Based on his experience with firearms, Bagley believed that the bullet came from a rifle fired from a position east of Mr. Kirk's canopy. Recognizing that, now this, I want to point something out. This paragraph about where the cop was and his belief does not mean that bullet. It's not provided for the purpose of saying that it was fired from Tyler Robinson's rifle. It is provided to explain what happens next. Okay. Recognizing that the Lunacy building was east of the amphitheater and someone on the roof of that building would have a direct line of sight to where Mr. Kirk had been seated, Officer Bagley quickly made his way to that roof. So again, him hearing it based on his training, thinking it was a rifle, doesn't mean that it was a rifle. It means this is why he went to go investigate that area. All right. There, he observed a screwdriver about 10 or 15 feet from the guardrail. He also observed disturbances in the gravel at the southwest edge of the roof that were consistent with a sniper pad, meaning a place where a person was laying in a prone position with a line of sight to where Mr. Kirk had been seated. Officer Bagley reviewed surveillance video of the Lunacy building rooftop. That video shows a male running towards the southwest edge of the roof and then dropping down, crawling, and getting into a prone position at the edge of the roof. The video further shows that at approximately 12:23:28 p.m., the moment of the gunshot, that individual quickly stood up, ran northeast across the roof carrying a long, skinny black object. That's not a Somali, by the way. And eventually dropped himself down from the northeast side of the roof to the ground. That individual crossed Campus Drive and entered a wooded area on the north side of Campus Drive. In that wooded area, police later recovered a rifle wrapped in a black towel. The rifle was an operable Mauser Model 98 30-06 Springfield caliber rifle. A telescopic sight was mounted on the rifle. Okay, so this is, I'm skipping them, but every single fact that is alleged here is cited as to when it happened in the state's exhibits or the transcript from the pretrial hearing. What day, and then where in the transcript. All of this is there. All right. In that wooded area, police later recovered a rifle wrapped in a black towel. I read that. Sorry, here we go. Investigators reviewed hundreds of hours of UVU surveillance video to track forwards and backwards the person that was seen on the Lunacy building roof at the time of the shooting. After defendant turned himself in, investigators also reviewed the footage searching for someone matching defendant's description and driving his car. Those efforts revealed that a vehicle registered to defendant arrived on campus the morning of the shooting. The surveillance video also shows an individual believed to be defendant walking around the UVU campus that morning, going to the railing on the roof of the Lunacy building, and then leaving campus. Investigators ultimately determined that defendant visited UVU campus at least 4 times on September 10th to 11th, twice before the shooting, a third time just before noon on the 10th, and a 4th time in the early hours of September 11th. Hashtag never forget. The surveillance video shows that when defendant returned to campus just before noon on the 10th, he was wearing different clothing, but his shoes were the same. All right. So this is interesting, right? Because one of the things that's been pointed out is that on some of the surveillance footage, Tyler Robinson is in a black t-shirt and blue jeans. And then in the grainy video, the 4K high-res ultra high-def video, he appears to be wearing all black. So now we have, from the pretrial hearing, that he was wearing different clothing, but his shoes were the same. That was trial day 2 at transcript page 33-7 to 35-7. And then also in State's Exhibit 12.1 and 12.4. People are wondering about, like, did he change on the roof, etc.? I don't believe they need to show him changing on the roof because they're asserting that he returned to the school in different clothes than he was wearing. I think people are misunderstanding the different the different timings of the surveillance footage. But I could be wrong on that. Kate of the Swiss, thank you for the 1,000 Joules goat trophy. So let's see. Here we go. Defendant was also walking with a pimp limp. Defendant's roommate and romantic partner, very gay, Lance Twiggs, confirmed that still images taken from that portion of the surveillance video and that show front views of the individual's face definitely did look like defendant. So whoever said that the Tyler Robinson or Lance Twiggs has not identified a facial picture of Tyler Robinson, that's not true. Again, defendant's roommate and romantic partner, Lance Twiggs of the Low Octaves, confirmed that still images taken from that portion of the surveillance video and that show the front views of his face definitely did look like defendant, which is how we know that they liked missionary. Because if Lance was a Chad, he would only be able to identify Tyler from the back of his head. The court Patty Leather, no, the court document does not say pimp limp. That was a joke. It just says limp. You can write that in a legal document. You can absolutely do that, but they didn't here. I added the pimp for comedic effect because, you know, sometimes this stuff can get a little stale. All right. Given their extensive review of the surveillance footage, investigators concluded that defendant was the individual who is walking with a limp, not a pimp limp, I guess, up to the stairs that access the Lunacy building roof shortly before noon, who was on that rooftop at the time of the shooting and who dropped off that rooftop and made his way to the wooded area where the rifle was found. So again, this is why investigators believe that was Tyler Robinson. And it's important to note, again, this distinction. This is probable cause. Probable cause, you're not proving that the person did it. You're proving that there's a sufficient reason for the state to believe that they did it. The state believes that they did it because the state investigators reviewed hundreds of hours of footage with this information and came to this conclusion. Here we go. We got Kevin.
If something on that paper is wrong, do you have doubts? Partial plates, witness said bald head. No rifle on roof. It's all you have is the shoes. If you were to have a patsy, how would you do it?
I don't know how I would do it if I was to have a patsy. But if I was to have a patsy, he probably wouldn't be alive anymore. But so here's, let me get that question again. It says, if something on that paper is wrong, do you have doubts? Well, I mean, sure. I'm not convicting him here. I'm not convicting him. This is not the time for that. The question is there sufficient evidence to bring him to trial? Yes, there is. What happens at trial will be this same stuff. Will this convince a jury? Yes. But if there's something wrong, the defense needs to point it out. But you say partial plates. Well, yeah, at one point. Now, they say they have images of the car and that they found out that the car was registered to Tyler Robinson. How would they find out that that car was registered to Tyler Robinson without seeing the full plates somewhere? Right? Like, I don't know. If the defense thinks that happened wrongly, the defense will raise it at trial. But until now, for probable cause, all deference goes to the state. So then you said, witness said bald head. No rifle on the roof. Yeah, witness said bald head. Okay, maybe the witness saw someone else. Maybe they saw a different gray Challenger. But Tyler Robinson is on video at the school. it's not just this. And that's where, again, a lot of this comes into play. Is it possible the state has a fact wrong? Sure. It's possible the state has tons of facts wrong. The question is, do those things, are those facts being wrong sufficient to raise reasonable doubt? If you say the state misidentified his car, that was actually a different gray Challenger driven by a bald man, it had different exhaust. Okay, but all the other data is that Tyler is there still. Like the videos of Tyler walking around campus still exist. So all right, so we got the wrong Challenger in this piece of the surveillance footage. Maybe he didn't drive his car back to school. Maybe he took a bus. Maybe he took an Uber. We don't know. What they do know is they have footage of Tyler Robinson, well, who they believe to be Tyler Robinson. So if they got that fact wrong, all right, sure. I mean, I'm not saying they did, but like they could have. Does it change the overall case? There's a bunch of other evidence that Tyler was there. That's the question. And then
Literally in court, Lance said it looked like his shoes and hat. Not 100%.
all right. So the prosecution wrote down this. When Lance Twiggs confirmed, so we have a little bit of a different thing here. You're saying what he said at the pretrial. That is not what is listed here. And maybe there's some confusion here. Lance Twiggs confirmed that still images taken from a portion of the surveillance video and that show front views of the individual's face definitely did look like, and then they have in brackets, defendant. So Tyler, I don't know, him, whatever. Those are not from pretrial. This is from State's Exhibit 16 at 2910 through 3020, which is probably that video that was played, though. And then State's Exhibits 12.1, 12.4, and 16.4. But it's not listing the transcript date from pretrial because Lance didn't testify there in person. So it's from Lance's video, 2910 to 3020. All right. Back to it. Okay, he was walking with a limp up to the stairs, accessed the Lunacy building, blah, blah, blah. Made his way to the wooded area where the rifle was found. At approximately 12:36 a.m. on September 11th, defendant returned to the intersection of Campus Drive and 800 South on the UVU campus. He attempted to turn south on Campus Drive, but was turned away by an officer stationed at the intersection. Campus Drive leads to the wooded area where the rifle was found in the bushes. DNA testing of the screwdriver recovered from the Lunacy building roof and the towel wrapped around the rifle provided very strong support for including defendant as having contributed to the DNA samples recovered from those items. DNA testing on the recovered rifle's trigger guard, grips, protected underside of the receiver, and other parts, as well as the fired cartridge casing in the rifle, supported including defendant as having contributed to the DNA samples recovered from those items and areas. On the evening of September 11th, defendant surrendered himself to law enforcement in connection with Mr. Kirk's assassination. Defendant also admitted to Mr. Twiggs and other friends that he had shot Mr. Kirk. The state charged defendant with count 1, aggravated murder, capital felony in violation of Utah Code. Count 2, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury. Counts 3 and 4, obstruction of justice, second-degree felony in violation of Utah Code for concealing or removing the firearm he used to shoot Mr. Kirk, and for destroying, concealing, or removing the clothing he wore during the shooting. Counts 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, a third-degree felony in violation of Utah Code for directing Mr. Twiggs to delete their text messages and to refuse to speak to law enforcement. And count 7, violent criminal offense committed in the presence of a child in violation of Utah code and enhanced to a Class A misdemeanor through the victim targeting enhancement in Utah code. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that's the charges. What do we have here?
Nick, those are two different guys. Maroon shirt is Tyler. Black shirt is not Tyler allegedly.
Why not? How do we know they're two different guys? And by the way, I'm commenting on a thing I saw on Twitter, which was a picture of Tyler in black with blue jeans or whatever, and then a picture of him in, or the grainy video of him being in all black. All right, so here we go. The state also notified defendant counts 1 and 2 were subject to sentencing enhancements for committing a violent offense in the presence of a child, blah, 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 blah. All right, so it's now on to the argument. This is page 6, but what I want to do is go to I want to get to his, here we go. These are the admissions. These are in the argument section. That doesn't mean that they're not factual to the case or whatever, but they aren't in the factual timeline that's presented above. They're an argument. And this is the evidence establishes probable cause the defendant committed count 1 aggravated murder. Now here we go. This is important. Element 1, identity. The evidence further demonstrates a reasonable belief that defendant was the shooter. Defendant repeatedly admitted that he shot Mr. Kirk using defendant's grandfather's rifle, including, these are the quotes. This, by the way, these quotes will convict him unless the defense can do something about it. Mr. Mike says, how do we know it is, referring to what I just said? How do we know it's not him? How do we know it is him? We don't know it's him. This is probable cause. Probable cause. They say this is him based on all of these things, based on the video surveillance, the type of behavior, etc. Consistent with him climbing or going up to the roof, climbing down, ditching the gun, all of that. Like all of this timeline exists together. It doesn't exist independent of every other fact. They will get deference that it's him. Now the defense at trial can say, that's not Tyler Robinson. Look at it with your own eyes, jury, and tell me if that's Tyler Robinson. And what the jury will likely do, unless some of these admissions are gotten rid of, they're going to go, yeah, that's him, because he said he shot him. So that must be him going up there and shooting him. That's how juries work. That's not like my preferred opinion on it. That's just how they work. Here we go. Here are the quotes. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I took it. I am the one who did it. I'm sorry. That's his response to Lance Twigg, who messaged him and says, You're not the guy who did it. And he says, I am. I'm sorry. Why did I do it? I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything in the news about them finding it. And then, of course, when you take that and you combine it with him being turned away from Campus Drive at 12:36 a.m., you go, oh, he did go back and do that. So then in response to someone in the Discord, I believe it says, I've been planning this a bit over a week, I believe, because someone said, how long, or it might have been Lance, it might have been the Discord, I don't remember. They said, how long have you been planning this? A bit over a week, I believe. Quote, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle, because it sounds like the police couldn't get in for a long while because of the traffic. He's talking about he wished he had grabbed the gun instead of leaving it. Then he says this, remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge ooh woo on Fox News, I might have a stroke. That's kind of funny. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I don't know. He's talking about using the specific firearm to kill Charlie Kirk, that it was effective. These are devastating statements. Now, again, the defense can go up there and try and present that these statements are jokes, are not serious, are not truthful, etc. You're going to have to convince a jury of that. You can't just say it. Well, what if it was a joke? That's not reasonable doubt. The jury is going to want to know what made it a joke. How do we know it's a joke? Quote, I'm going to turn myself in willingly, which he does. Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU University, or UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. This is consistent with what is alleged to have happened. Negotiating the turn in and then going and turning himself into the sheriff. It was me. I don't know what the brackets. I think this is a response. Was it you? It was. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. I'm serious. That, by the way, is devastating. Patty Leather is being retarded. Polak, the feds can hack your phone, your PC, anything. Yeah, I know. But that doesn't mean they do. This is something you should realize, that just because the feds can do this stuff doesn't mean that they do this stuff. Doesn't mean that they don't. Doesn't mean that they did here. You have to show that it wasn't Tyler. Like, you have to come up. You can't just say feds can do this. Okay, so can Indian scammers. Great. Did they? Did they do it? Because if you go into that trial and you say, well, if feds could have sent those messages, reasonable doubt, the jury's going to go, Lamau, death penalty. Death penalty by DP. They will do that. Like, you will be guilty. And that's what we're assessing. We're assessing the evidence and what the jury will do about it. Again, we'll never know what happened. You can engage in any kind of theory you want. It doesn't bother me. Bothers me is people misrepresenting what is going on in the case, telling people that what's going to happen at trial when they're absolutely incorrect. At trial, this motherfucker is toast, avocado toast even. He's cooked based on what's out there now. They will have to come with something else that we've not seen at all, the defense. And I've seen Nestor try and defend Corey Richins. I don't think that's going to happen. Defendant also surrendered to law enforcement in connection with the shooting. DNA testing supports the conclusion that defendant contributed to the DNA samples recovered from the fired cartridge, the trigger, and other parts of the rifle. Towel used to conceal the rifle, and the screwdriver recovered from the Lunacy building's rooftop. I'm not familiar with the details of the theory, but some people believe that there was that the screwdriver was allegedly down at ground level, but then it was at the Lunacy rooftop. I'm not sure why. If someone wants to throw in the chat why that is, go ahead. The state is firmly asserting that the screwdriver was found on the Lunacy building rooftop, and that's the only place. Let's see.
What do you want justice for Charlie? What do I want justice for Charlie? Hang Tyler if he's shot. But what about the Mike? Planes were the patsy. Bombs were the assassin for 911. Bray thinks Mike and I should.
All right. There is zero evidence. Absolutely zero evidence that a microphone was involved in the death of Charlie Kirk. That does not exist. I don't know how else to tell you. There is zero evidence of a microphone exploding and killing Charlie Kirk. I'm not sitting here, I'm not doing the obvious thing and saying, oh, that, shaped charge can't do that, blah, blah, blah. There is none, absolutely zero evidence that a microphone killed Charlie Kirk. Now, if the defense wants to try and present the exploding mic theory, they will not, by the way. The defense will not present an exploding mic theory to the jury. If they do, if the defense tries to say an exploding microphone killed Charlie Kirk, even better. If the defense says a Jewish exploding microphone killed Charlie Kirk, they will be hanged with Tyler Robinson. They'll all be killed, and they'll deserve it. No way does this defense team go into that courtroom and say, the Jews made exploding pagers once. The judge will murder them on the spot. It will be horrifying. They will not bring that. Anyone who, if they do, it'll be the funniest thing I've ever seen. I hope they bring it. They won't. God isn't funny enough. He isn't funny enough for that to happen. He does not, oh man. I want nothing more than the defense to bring the exploding mic theory into that courtroom. The jury will convict him so hard if they do. I don't know how else to explain this. It gets lost because conversation online, because of how algorithmic distribution works, stuff, it makes conversations insular and esoteric and localized around themes and concepts. And then you kind of get the impression that this is an accepted theory. The exploding mic theory is not accepted by anyone seriously involved in this case. No one. Not at all. And again, there is no evidence for it. So to support the exploding mic theory, you have to say the medical examiner must have found something and then just lied about it. Okay. All right, I guess. Why? They got to him. Okay, who they are, the Jews or whoever it is. To get to these things, you have to say that the evidence is ignored, destroyed, etc. There's no evidence of an exploding microphone. There are no pieces that were recovered from Charlie Kirk that are unexplainable as microphone parts or whatever. That's not gonna happen. I don't know what to say. I don't know how else to elaborate on that. But I hope it happens. Please bring it. It would be so funny. Okay, so anyway. There is evidence. A government expert has a whole YouTube channel on it. Who? What government expert has a whole YouTube channel on the exploding microphones that killed Charlie Kirk? I don't know if he's right, but there's tons of evidence. Nope. It isn't. I'm sorry, there isn't there. I want there to be. I think it'd be so insane if somehow the Joes, I'm sorry, Joe. If somehow the Jews who work at that Australian company Road stuffed explosives into his microphone and it somehow murdered Charlie Kirk. All right, I want to believe.
Rode mic was on the right side, wound on the left. Unless these artards are claiming it was the handheld. Either way, none of these animals have gone through the infamous video frame by frame.
No, they believe what I've seen. I shouldn't say they believe. I should not lump everybody together. What I have seen posited is that the microphone, the lapel mic here, worn under his shirt, fired, and they believe that the people who believe this, not everybody, okay, calm down, that the exploding microphone, the shape charge, created an entrance wound here, and the exit wound, that what you saw was an exit wound, and that's where the fattening of blood, because they similarly believe that a 30-06 cannot produce a large gaping exit wound. It can. There's tons of literature on it. Depends on a bunch of circumstances, but it doesn't really matter. It can. They believe that it didn't or couldn't. So therefore, they're looking for something to fill the theory. There's no evidence of an entrance wound over here. There isn't anything. There's no evidence of a shaped charge. There's no evidence of an exploding microphone. There's none. All right, here we go. Defendant's car was at the UVU campus. Not only did defendant admit that he was the one depicted in the published screen captures from UVU surveillance footage, defendant's roommate and romantic partner confirmed that the individual in those screen captures showing the individual's full face definitely looked like defendant. So there you go. I mean, you have identification, admission, DNA. You have all of this combined.
Did you see the broken glass, burned chest, charred shirt? Autosoapy hasn't come out. Charlie cremated. I feel bad for you. Lady just sued Connaughton for Sandy Hook and said bad blastics and autoposy.
Why can't Camelot pronounce words? Look, here's the deal. He does not have a burned chest. That's not a thing. That's not what he had. Like, it's not a burned chest. That is blood on his chest in the picture, the grainy photo or whatever. That's not a burn. There's blood fountained out of the left side of Charlie Kirk's neck, all down his torso. That's where it goes. The autopsy report has not been released, but we've seen in this document, there's citations to the autopsy report. There isn't a burned chest mentioned. The defense hasn't mentioned a burned chest, although they could in their brief. They won't. They won't. Okay, here we go. This will be exciting. Patty Leather. John Bray's top 3 mic proofs. Uncompressed UVU camera audio captures a 3-part energy blast originating straight from the tent. Slow-mo video reveals the blast epicenter is the upper sternum. It doesn't. Blowing the necklace over Kirk's head. 3, SUV floor shards match Rode Wireless Pro white branding lines. Well, the microphone does appear to have been destroyed. That doesn't mean it blew up with an explosive charge inside of it. Like, that's not what it means. It means that a lapel mic over here interacted with the kinetic energy transfer of a bullet piercing the neck here. which ripples through the skin. It causes all sorts of stuff. And part of the mic seems to have been destroyed. That is not inconsistent with Tyler being shot. Also, from what I've seen of the glass shards and stuff, it is certainly not consistent with a shape charge in any way or an explosion. Let's see. Here we go. The video physics focus on body language. Look at the slow-mo physics Bray mapped out. The blast epicenter starts exactly at the sternum lapel mic. The energy wave ripples the shirt upwards to... No, it doesn't. Again, I'm going to just tell you this. I've talked about it before. The kinetic energy transfer of a bullet hitting here causes the skin to ripple outwards. It's like if you throw a rock into a pond, right? The waves that ripple out rise up from where they are. They push outward from the surface. Your skin does the same thing. That kinetic energy transfer blows the shirt forward, and you can watch the shock wave go, but it doesn't originate over here. It originates somewhere, like it originates here, and then that blows out and down. His neck swells up. It's consistent with being struck by a rifle round. I don't know what else to tell you. If the defense brings this at trial, great. Cool. We'll have an argument. They can bring an expert to say, no, actually, it wasn't the bullet fragments or whatever that you found inside of him. It was an exploding microphone that you didn't find inside of him. Those are a summary of John Bray's work. That's not work. YouTubers like Coach Cullen have covered his work extensively. Cool. Like, it's irrelevant. All of this is 100% not relevant until somebody presents evidence in the court. Now, if you believe the government is setting up Tyler Robinson to kill Charlie Kirk, nothing that happens in court, out of court, will convince you that the government isn't in control. Because if the government is in control of Tyler Robinson killing Charlie Kirk, the government is certainly in control of the court case. I recognize that. I understand it. That's how this works. And that's why I can't say definitively one way or another what happened. All I can say is what will be presented at trial and what won't. Right now, we have no evidence of burns on his chest, no evidence of any other entry or exit wound by anything, no evidence of a microphone or its bits being lodged inside Charlie Kirk. We don't have it. Maybe we'll get it. I doubt it. Patty, not at court. There is not evidence presented to the court of the exploding mic. It doesn't exist. It's not there. John Bray is a government witness expert. Is he on this case? No. It doesn't matter what he is. He's not reviewing the physical evidence. He's reviewing slow motion video on YouTube like everybody else. Cool. Not helpful. Not helpful to Tyler Robinson unless he's brought in. But he's not going to be. Oh my goodness. Unless you show me that they retained him somewhere, I don't believe that's happened. Okay, so this is all that's. I don't want to go through the whole document because the rest of it is how they how the evidence stacks up to each individual criminal act. The main ones that I wanted to get through was the timeline that they established from what was presented at pretrial and then his admissions. And the reason I wanted to do that is because that's a lot of admissions. That's a lot of them. That number of admissions to different people in different mediums will convict almost anybody. Marissa says the evidence the state controls. Nope. The defense has all the evidence too. They have all of this. They have access to the exact same stuff. Again, if you believe that the government conspiracy is what's responsible for the death of Tyler Robinson, nothing I can say, nothing I can show you will convince you that there's something else. I can't assess what is not in the record for the purposes of talking about the trial and the case. I can't assess the concealed hidden evidence because it's concealed and hidden. The hard part is if there's concealed hidden evidence, how do you know? How do you assess it? Why are you able to bring it up and talk about it? And also, how is Candace able to do it? Because I've heard so many times that bitch is about to be killed from her mouth. Like, she's in danger, or not her necessarily, but her supporters like, oh, she's in danger. She's so brave. But she isn't. I guess they just can't get to her. They can get to Charlie Kirk. They can't get to Candace Owens. She's protected or whatever. There's always something. There's always some explanation, whatever, that cannot be tested or falsified. And if we have stuff that can't be tested or falsified, it's not useful. Oh, you just don't know because the evidence has been hidden and obstructed by the government. Okay, well, what am I supposed to do with that? But this guy has seen it and has access to it. Like, how?
Remember when I asked you how would you do a Patsy? You said he wouldn't be alive. Well, he is in police custody. Too bad. Patsy lived, unlike Lee Harvey. Geiser test failed, but they found a rifle.
Maybe he's not a patsy. What is Tyler's motivation to be the patsy who thought he was going to shoot and kill Charlie Kirk and then admitted to it, but he didn't do it, and he's going to go to prison forever or get killed for it? What is his motivation to do that? What is the evidence that he's the patsy? Cool Boy says, reminder that Candace Owens has also claimed Charlie is a Truman Show type figure who has been marked since childhood. Yes, and I believe it was, I can't remember if it was Baron Coleman or Lionel Media, but one of them said that Charlie Kirk was in a Truman Show created by the Jews. They were not joking. That's the best part. They were serious. Miss Sparrow says, thank you for your time and explaining it. I try. But if your answer is to reject everything, and some people's answer is to reject everything, then nothing I say is going to help. Like, nothing I say is going to convince her. The government's got to everybody. The government hasn't gotten to me. I wish they would. Give me some money or some like cool stuff. Give me a pardon from the governor of Minnesota. I'll tell you who killed Charlie Kirk. It was a Republican. That's what I'm going to say. If they give me that fucking pardon and absolve me of all my probation obligations and all that shit. Do it. Let's go. I want some of this cool government benefit money. I want to be a shill for my own profit or whatever. But I'm not though. So they haven't gotten to me. I'm assessing what's before the court. I'm willing to accept that what they will present to the court is not true. I don't believe shit. but I can't assess something that I don't have any access to, right? Like the evidence is concealed and gone and secret, etc. Government cover up. He's the patsy. Okay, but like I can't assess that. It's impossible to do so. Believe it all you want. It doesn't bother me. Like I'm not here to stop you. All I'm doing is telling you what is being presented to the court, what will be presented to the court, how successful it will be. Right now, he's fucking cooked.
Went through that video frame by frame, watching a good man die over and over, back and forth, debunking the exploding mic on the day of the killing. Incompetent theory started back then, debunked.
Yeah. I mean, I've watched a bunch. Like, I don't like watching people get shot. I like watching people fall off bikes and scooters and stuff and get KO'd outside of bars because it's funny. But like people dying, I mean, I can deal with it, but it's not my favorite thing to do. I watched Charlie get shot a whole bunch of times in a whole bunch of motion, slow motion, normal speed, etc. And I understand where people are confused about how certain things react, because how things actually happen is a little bit counterintuitive sometimes, and it doesn't look like Hollywood or whatever. Like, it doesn't. Shooting people doesn't look that way. If you need, did you guys watch the Christchurch shooting? I watched the Christchurch shooting. That was so horrid to watch. But like, one of the things about it that you notice is that people don't like. It's not dramatic when people get shot. It's not dramatic and dynamic. It's ugly. It looks like a sack of vegetables falling to the ground. Like it was held up and then just collapsed. It's nasty business. It's cold and heartless. It isn't glorified or dramatic, or it isn't any of those things. It's just cold and over. Charlie Kirk getting shot is more dramatic because of the fact that he gets shot, it hits the carotid and the jugular. There is a bunch of blood that pumps out. It's not normal that type of wound occurs. You have to be hit in an area near the heart while the heart is still pumping, and it pumps a bunch of blood. That's how it goes. So you watch that and you see that. But even then, it's like a bunch of blood, and he just kind of lulls off to the side because that's it. He's done. It's over. It's over immediately for him. But if you go through and look at it, it doesn't, you want it to, like, you don't want it. You know what I mean? You expect it to be more dramatic. We want our deaths to not be so ugly and like eventless, right? We don't want that. We want our deaths to mean something, and they mean something when they're dynamic. Charlie Kirk should have died in a glorious way or whatever, but he didn't. He died like everybody else. It's brutal, it's cold, and it's short, and not much to say about it. Speaking of much to say, the Tommy Jordan has gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Tommy. Welcome, brother. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you very much. If you guys got a gifted membership, please give Tommy Jordan a little thank you and a hand job if you're around him. Mr. Mike says, dude, what's the correlation between Lee Harvey eating a chicken sandwich and Tyler Robinson going to Chick-fil-A? That's what I want to know. That's a good question. That's a good question. I think it's this. I think, honestly, about all the eating that's alleged that Tyler did. Oh, excuse me. He was like alleged to have like 3 dinners, or something. And that's not including the steak dinner far away, like all on campus, like a barbecue place and chicken place, etc. I think this is just pure speculation and conjecture. But I think if you believe maybe you're not going to have an opportunity to have many more meals. You might want to just experience a whole bunch of stuff. I think that's probably it. Like, what if I never get to go out to eat again because I'm going to be in jail? Then maybe I'll go eat a couple times. So, all right. I don't think we're going to get to the Baron Coleman, Candace Owens stuff tonight. Maybe tomorrow. I do want to say there's some Karen Reed shit going on. Sort of. Not a lot, but this person called Anonymous Lawyer, like Anonymous Massachusetts Lawyer, who's allegedly not an attorney. I have no idea. I don't care. Anonymous Lawyer has written up a thing about how Karen Reed definitely hit John O'Keefe with her car and killed him, and that not only that, but that the ARCA experts produced junk science to show, and they've gone through and criticized all of that. I think we might go through that on the next show, because I think some people might be curious about what's in that article, but they don't want to spend a lot of time reading through it. And so I read it. Like I read through it so that you guys don't have to. And it's garbage. Like it's dumb. It's a dumb article with dumb assertions and conclusions. But hey, so we might be going through that. There's some other stuff going on as well, and maybe we'll talk about it. Or maybe not. Take that. Also, Kurt had started, I don't know if he finished it, but Kurt has started doing a video on the results of his summary judgment motion in his real case. And so we're going to talk about that. Kurt presents it one way, and I have some minor disagreements with it, but it's cool. We get to see tangible results of what's been going on with Kurt. But I watched his first video on it, and he got interrupted in the middle of the video, and he had to stop. He said he was going to finish it, but I don't know if he has yet. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry for the yawning. In the past, I would have just done cocaine and not had to yawn anymore. Those days are gone. But anyways, so I want to cover the Kurt thing when he's done, with his whole analysis of what happened. I love when Kurt analyzes his own stuff. It's amazing. It's always good. What do we have here?
Lee Harvey on camera said on camera, "I'm a patsy." Tyler didn't want to be involved. That is what a patsy is. Someone steals his gun.
Okay. Lee Harvey Oswald has nothing to do with Tyler Robinson. Those are different scenarios. Lee Harvey Oswald saying he was a patsy doesn't make him a patsy. I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying, I was a patsy. Well, that's a good defense. I didn't do it or whatever. Not my fault. Tyler Robinson, someone steals his gun. Who? Who steals his gun? Who? What is the evidence that his gun was stolen? He hasn't made any statements that I've ever seen that his gun was stolen. That's not a defense being raised. None of that seems to be part of the record. I can't go on, I can't evaluate these things you're saying because they're not anywhere. They're not in the record. There's no evidence supporting it at this point. But anyways, all right, guys. I love you all very much. And I've had a wonderful time doing a show with you. And I hope you guys have had a wonderful time having a show done to you forcefully without your consent. With that, we will be wrapping this one up. And I will hopefully, my plan is to do another show tomorrow. I have to figure out how to do this. Courtney Clenny has a 2-day pre-trial hearing. I believe it is on the validity of her alleged abused spouse or abused partner defense. I think that's what it is. Anyway, that's tomorrow and Friday. I want to cover them. I can't cover them live at the time that they're happening, but those are on my agenda to cover as soon as possible. We'll figure it out. But the Courtney Clenny trial is supposed to start the 3rd week of August. That's the target time. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but right now that's the current target time for the court. But this 2-day pretrial hearing is happening starting tomorrow. So some way, somehow, we're going to cover that. A big thanks to everybody who contributed to the show. Kevin, who, had sent a lot of super tip money in. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Kevin, for that. And thanks for engaging with me, of course. Thanks to all the super chatters. Thanks to those who did memberships and gifted memberships. Big shout out to all my members and local subscribers. Love all of you. Thank you for the Rumble rants as well. That said, it's time to go. I will see you guys on the morrow is the plan. And until then, have a good night. Peace. Peace.
So pour out an art bag about more of the broad. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the thought better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are.